that nation, or any nation so conceived and so dedicated, can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as the final resting place for those who here gave their lives, that that nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this. But in a larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here, have consecrated it, far above our poor power to add or subtract. The world will little note or long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It is for us, the living, rather, to be here dedicated to the unfinished work, which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. Rather, it is for us, the living, to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead, we take increased devotion to that cause for which they here gave the last full measure of devotion, and that we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth.
Last Word and Wisdom of JudgeDead. Page 1. Chief Executive Commanding Office, Officer and Counsel, the Prairie Band Illinois Affiliation of Native Americans. the Kickapoo Nation of Sovereign Native Americans, U.S. federal, state, and county authority, and to whom it may concern. Quitclaim deed in proposition. This decision does not come in haste or for light or transient reason. You do not need to see how ugly I am to read the spirit of my words, but know I have considered all possible paths. Since born as I am from January of 1978, to a whole and loving family of, and now on the land I solely fought and legally reclaimed, being 26 acres, half of what I farm crops when not trucking, and half of what natural woods and land of resources I preserve and hunt and reside upon in Warren County, Illinois. I have no marriage, children, or heirs, and do not buy into the monetary loan legality, authoritarian debt system, and usuries, and I do not intend to as I carry out and prolong this land and my days. I have no liens, debts, felonies, or crimes, and none pending. I, too, wondered to live in freedom, with great spirit, to return and rest with my father and grandfathers. My solution and justice is vengeance against real or perceived or spiritual or mental transpired problems of culture directed toward me and my house and life. In brief, is this exclusive offer, if accepted in legal action, and is perhaps shared with you and yours in clearest, simple, short writ of right and words, yet extensive expounding terms. Quitclaim deed, trust in concept draft, perpetual will and testament to a more perfect union and generation of mutually agreed terms in property and life of Joshua James Larson. Pertaining to this finalized legal form, to township, county, and state under federal allodial title and stipulations in conversion to Native American tribal authority, said tract of land and all thereof pertaining to, above, under, or derived therefrom as owned, accumulated, grown, stored, or maintained thereon reservation, Joshua James Larson, in full and sole authority and ownership, releases his interest and title and claims to preservation or use or reservation with clause of retaining his living interest in all the aforementioned property, including personal data and accounts of intellectual records of items and articles in use, and rights of all thereof this tract of land, of also air, surface, mineral rights beneath of given tract or parcel of real estate as formally defined by county, state, or federal constitutional nation authority of the United States of America until his absence or extended absence in use or claims or his otherwise legal action in communication with sovereign tribal governing authority or his conventionally legally recognized death. He, Joshua J. Larson, herewith counsel long consideration, record and notary public and governing authorities recognized and transferring proper and full documentation, does in this hereby transfer all his title in said land tract and his interests and property in full thereon or of exclusively and permanently to be as legally defined and stated, transferred, owned, and managed to who or what as known legally in entity being the Native American indigenous people in tribal law. Page 2. And recognize sovereign authority in the North American Prairie Band affiliated Kickapoo Nation and its People's Reservation Council and Authority of 1854, recognized by the federal government or some year of pact, place, or time from federal U.S. law of this stated and given tract of land in the then northwestern U.S. Indian territories of Illini, Illinois, chief of between the great rivers, in the plains of now Illinois, and his farm in estate. This legal action, as herein stated and defined, is here known and accepted to do this by his will and the living interests and will of the Kickapoo Nation, among other nations, acting on purpose, in perpetuum their defined state and nation or tribe of future natures or extensions in reclamation as seen fit of that people, of that nation, by that nation, and for that sovereign and honorable nation's own best interests. And these as to Joshua of Larson, with or without any direct lineage of blood or percentage thereof in membership to this specific tribe or other human beings, himself having retained autonomous authority in deed, of control, and in word, and in recognition of also his given and inherited land and property thereon, and also flora, fauna, and farmed or built fruits of labor, this with exemption of the lands or his or such properties of fruits, local, state, or federal, or tribal taxing accountability, as here transferred and federally recognized exemptions under Native American nation law of sovereignty, when fully legally recognized by reclaimed and added records, in the ends as the beginnings, we were all just a bunch of children, loving and living as free as we could, being creative and gardening and hunting and camping out. I'm herein living and remembered, and I am permanently taking this off their market and shutting down a game gone too far and revolved back upon itself that one cannot beat. In path, pace, and power, I may be off the reservation or even affiliation, yeah, and my posterity is off a more and more corrupt jurisdiction of markets. The wise wonder, all are lost. Who sells what they need to live on only to forever search and work to buy it back with interest? My beloved dog may be smarter than your insurance as I am hers. The earth moves without you who sit still. It's there. A debt not paid by death? One inherits or learns. The end of all man's knowledge is stupid. You loved stupid first and rested on arms. A creator speaks louder than a destroyer. Does a name in a word change what it does to you? Dependency comes in many forms. Why pay for what is killing you? You travel through time if money don't. Money from money is like your honor for another's work. Come on home, son. I left the fire going. I can't lie to you any better than myself. The brighter the light is all some see. At least Granddad wants to. The light showed me I feel darkness. If the enemy dictates your terms and grants you your weapon or ammo, I love dear, good, Soon human beings won't need to talk more than what is known anymore either. Like money. No, not like monies at all. It's easier to carry a canoe where there is no path than hew a tree once there. But this one's mine. Now, that's a smoke I can see. A young snake don't know the limitation of its mouth either. 2 resident eagles, hawks, or vultures, they knew. Did an updraft fly by. I killed it behind me first with a hoe, then my foot. My dog spoke in purpose, is not a killer, nor I of the ugliest toad set free from the grip of that snake. Who's hungry now? Really, this all after this winter's gnawing end, strange spring tracks, and come to discover what was bothering her. Making them sounds looked like a squirrel, rabbit, rat, maybe with horns, the most ferocious thing for its size, carrying young as big as it and encroaching on Venus's water. Weren't no mink, neither. Come to find out, the Lord and God created a new creature just yesterday. The pure, smallest carnivore hunter on reservation Earth, the mighty least weasel. Been since relocated on Picayune Creek, easier than Cedar as far. I haven't fished there since I was young, and not yesterday. Hey, old man, I got one for you. Watch this. Among all these ghosts and learners and lovers and warriors, I'm an antique farmer. Look, I planted that one myself 20 years ago. That's right. I'm just reenacting growing up, my family and people's history too. Like a small village, school now. So they just remember a way of spirit and thinking and tools and life that once may have been better but almost no longer is practical tomorrow. You couldn't go nuclear even if you could. Can I truly be sovereign without licking or biting the hands that only seek to define, dictate, and allow what is possible or real in my rights they create? Man, this farmland used to be 320 acres, chief size. They called it Wells Fargo Road. I call it what it is now, or does, maybe Mulberry Lane. So many critters and raccoons for the almost pie-quality fruit and quantity of the trees we've just let go for decades. We never really did or sought more than we had to do for over a century here on this native land. Page 3. Pass that can of beer and key of cuck, or what's a geographic anomaly of highest ground between the rivers? I'd put that in my pipe, but you first. I yet don't know what it is by what it does. I feel a movement coming on. What does this have anything to do with indigenous Hebrew people? What does another Muhammad or Joe Smith have in common? It's a beehive of words and concept. Where's your honey? God, the only God I know of, said it, I did it, and it was and is. And his name from the start always was Jesus. You always were that way. I was once afraid of what you don't know more than death that I do. I didn't understand their deep, guttural, vowelistic language. Was 3 of them. All I could do was get down and sit on my grounds. It may have been the original. Interdimensional cyberspace time war www.wemarkten with their word. Who were they to me? What does this have to do with anything that's been said before? I know my band chief Elenowick Bullcap better than the actual man. Well, I could use a detail and some assistance anyways. Take it for what it isn't. I don't care what your grandma did or where. Were you during this period of time? When and where? As the spiriting concept, its materialization or its formation? Sit a spell. Take this for one. Rumble.com on the cyberspace. Show 25. JudgeDead. After the fact. This has come to and gone out of me. What makes it my exclusive property to demand and extort with in the beliefs and witness of others any longer? Get to the point of this business, or the point will get you. All had to learn. A way to walk, the steps are numbered by how and how much one looked out to find that. Not all vision is true, so dream. Binding honor of these statements in full legal actions to attested identity, intent by order and signature, Joshua Larson, James Larson, date 6/11/25, county of state or notary public to court recognized authority and definition and identity to order, signature as if, date, that'll be the day, state of Illinois, govern, authority of order, of name and date, page 4. Chief and Executive Legal Office of the Prairie Band Association of Native American Indians, notary or tribal court recognized authority of order, 3-line signature, witness, name, date, governor, authority, and name of the state of Illinois, witness, name, date, the Kickapoo Nation, natives before and now to what is known as the Brown County, Kansas State Reservation, Chief and Executive Legal Counsel of Tribal Law Court Legal Recognition Order, 3 lines, name, witness, notary, name, date, government authority and name of this said counties and state, witness, name, signature, date, record, the United States of America, federal court authority in the cause of this matter, authority, name, date, signature, record, page 5. Court filing records, authority, recognition of recognized, recognition of recognition of authority to authority by authority and for such. Recognized, 2-line, name, date, witness, notary, signature, record. Any other legal or government or tax authority or representative in name, print, signed, order, date, in letter, in draft, or final intent, line provided, signature here, signed there, finalized, good, Joshua J. Larson, address 1600 90th Avenue, Berwick, Illinois, 61417, 309-200-1855, the telephones, correspondence, and email of JJLAR@proton, PROTONMAIL.com. All lowercase. Document created June 11th, 2025. Page 6. The Great Speech. In a heaven, one, a bubble of Satanism to its own body, is a room in its own light defined by its own darkness. 2. Everything beyond their control is their threat. 3. God, life, love, nature, time, truth, spirit, freedom. 4. You become the culture you're immersed in. 5. But all cultures are God's, and God is no one or culture for long if it is. 6. This may be the highest God, the highest point to see from and to that one can ever realize. 7. Next to living at the means of one's trail of place and time, at least offense or expense to all other souls of conscious sentient life. 8. 9. Who in eternity you may meet again. 10. Now I'm Josh. How are you? 11. One can't create what always was, is, and only become at one with it, manifesting itself through you, who never worked or moved. 12. As one sees, is it not so much better outside, after being in so long? This isn't an amusement park, my friend, or is it? 13. At this height, by any other name in balance, just know how things are, by what they are not. 14. Drew and wrote himself into eternity, one of his names of the great cycle of generation as generator is Jesus by the great Spirit who lays hold and is not seized. 15. Nevertheless, they who know no more. 16. This side of God's universe. 17. In the Lord's body of universe of creation as heaven and head of it of all bodies. 18. There is time to harvest and a killer to all things, transformed and recycled also. 19. What you or what one take of others will, while you are yet full, will be taken of you. 20. What you deny and kill out of time, balance, and order of God's universe, earth, or eternity. 21. Will eventually return and deny and kill you out as it were yourself you never knew. 22. Nothing moves, lives, or dies without to grow more, to go to the Lord's knowing, creating, and consent. 23. The white man's paper is only good if it's copied and to who holds it true. 24. The gold of God in all matters, in created things of value, purpose, and memory, from and back to the one and ultimate Lord in God, has value and is to life in itself perpetually and eternally to God alone who is holy. 25. The easiest path always develops no strength. Everything beyond their control is their threat. 26. If everyone and everything were equal, nothing would be great but dissent. 27. The mind also hunts, takes, breeds, feeds of required energy as the body. 28. The soul on the spirit in the grace of natural love is free. 29. It may be a greater error to forgive an unrepentant one. You can't admit the unadmitted. 30. If I knew everything, as every perspective of life in this span of eternity, there's no wonder, only cold calculation, as the serpent species program does even serve God's love. 31. As the start, the final purpose or full interim effect is not entirely yet known, as is the intent. 32. To the forming soul, as of the old, God sees himself in who seeks God. 33. As long cleared court of the highest heaven, what the Lord establishes stands forever to reason that takes it further. 34. Their purpose has been served and released in God, who is the ideal and soul of the whole body. Page 7. Circle of fire, tail, song, dance. Reading in circle around a center of a circle of point of 8 slice line. Cost unsymmetrical. The best medicine, the name of his spirit was when we go rainby. When we go fast. You blew it. This engine's gone, man. This man's gone engine. Is the greatest power the best medicine? The name of his spirit. Page 8. Now listen, this is very important, because I am the sole holy result and victim in it of a once perfect creation, also as much as my own actions to it. When they first, in ideology, controlled politics as their religion, to all their various paths of worldliness subsequent to it, remade woman as equal, first in thought, then full-bodied in rights, and even greater and preeminent than man, they killed it. Love, purpose, life in order of perpetual chasing balances. Like toys of art equal to reality, wild animals as pets, pets equal to children, a child equal to mother, a mother equal to its father, a man equal to God, and left as in departed, a government, village, communal as a family, a church as a house, as equal to a father, to a whole world of earth as one government. Like an ideal bound of only their desirous wanton faith, with no truth, alone in usury, displacement from only the future, never the past, that one in their ability, assets, or lifetime cannot be repaid, to secure only the lender's future, enslaving children who never knew it. Like paper, image trust in values and exchanges with no gold or hard hand backing. The artificial food to live on that poisons to kill, fuels to make more hunger. A dead tree that can't be touched, hewn to a form, or even be burnt, she's forever bitter. Shall it continue on, as dependency on? Light that only blinds, making darkness in the beholden and all paths therefrom. So is the female, in full as equal to the male, unsatisfying and never satisfied. But it is no wonder this history and path of satanic power structures of the unnatural godless man is a step of only one abomination after another. God won't even correct it or annihilate it in the vastness of his universe. He'll just forever leave it to its own hell. And I'm with Dad on this one. When he goes, as I took whatever name needed to purpose in seasons of growth from, to, and by God. There, I'm done. Done? It's never done. And the whole of it, apart from all this, is still beautiful. Is it not? Or are you not? As you need it, to be with it, to be inside of it, to live and know, to live apart from it. And flesh begets flesh. minds beget minds, and souls souls, and spirits spirits. But God is one Spirit in all power, holy and alone. Either I never was, or always was, but I am. Do to you well what did you do to me? I am you, your start and your end. Well, wait, who's that? I'm you too. Alone. Okay, let's go. I'm alone. You are alone. We can both be alone together and rule this universe. Okay, let's go. Is darkness equal to light? Nothing equal to everything? Is a devil equal to an angel? I'm just the medium you use to see yourself, to reproduce yourself. Page 9. It is because from in and to a completely domesticated, controlled world of all life and ways of life under absolute rule of a heaven of controlled, controlling mind knowledge, even over spirit, there became no reality of nature, form or nature of actual practical purpose or need, but to yet in controlled desirous plays and acts for fun and games, that there is no divisions or dissents then, as will be on that path as is now, no distinctions in real and physical truths. All is one androgynous, including female, male, under the law of higher learning, of the mind of knowledge itself, all equal in all ways, as man's shared hive compiled knowledges increased as civilization, as way, path of life, in applied, incorporated concepts, inventions, in the absence of other comforts or powers of a God. For their own, to ease conveniences, then dominations of elements and nature, and then hierarchies of themselves, where all and everything they don't know and can't control is their enemy and threat. And did I mention their women are men? Down to the now, of only a zoo of non-threatening entertainments of nostalgia, there became no distinctions, no inwardliness, new or credibly held to gain to outward power. There's nothing personal or private, no rights or recognition, especially individually, the knowledge in and of itself, with no other purpose but path to control, with no love or spirit like money, with no backing or gold, in the law of higher learning, its mastery, degrees, experts, and hierarchies of science became their God, their religion, and not of the original nature of this universe in earth, that was and is in some places, ways, and perfect in harmonies of balances, or closer to perfect, going back in time, perpetual death and life. Now that they, us in it, are on this path of civilization to get back to or go to or create new God, it must continue to its logical ends. This is one of the keys of the highest principles of life as we know it, and the creation, everything branches out association to this, that one can ever hold to realize. Where did this key, these words in principle I'm here writing through me, my person, come from? Not my working, hard, self-willed, learned, or copied memory of any other of man's knowledges, not in vision, or sleeping dreams, or delusion of grandeur. No, it's just quietly come to mind inwardly as idea in logical, linear path of thoughts and creative solutions to obstacles in question, to, from, goals of one and many interconnected subjects, making this path of new knowledge by me, from life, in and through me, the spirit of life, and its original knowledge and way itself. And I call that the Spirit of God. Are you at one in religion and on its path of your original life from within you, or outside of you, in the totality of my own growth, in years of personal perspective of experiences to define a new word, way, or concept to define it in, and as a communicated, recorded solution in also way of tact, taste, or applied wisdom to further path for myself and then others. Either way, a religion seeks to only discover, take, eat, deny, to assimilate all it can of property, names, life, elements, and souls. But the fact remains as an eternal axiom and nucleus of life within itself, revolving upon itself and creating itself, that these two religions, as it were, are not the same. Page 10. Like a goading artist, originally I need to get this out of me to be free, then to reflect on the piece or bigger, clearer picture myself I might otherwise forget. And if this key, as I now fully conceptualize and overstate and understand it, were all I set in forever to fully know of a house of love, of knowledge, I'd be happy to die to more, to rest in it to any further knowing. But it comes from and goes to another world, and God, or God's name, by some power, means, person, or method it's moved by, that I, in thinking it for it, do not as of yet know. And it never seems to end. Show me in any form your God, or the God of gods, and I've shown myself to it. If I had been satisfied of all answers of life in question, from they and their religions without, I'd just be a copy of another, and not walked within God's as my own light and rights. They can hardly occupy the very same space, time, long, without destroying everything not of pure spirit. It's their followers and their ways and works of understanding that can't be reconciled, although they, the two, are gone. They, the two, are one, and always are right. One is coming and going. The soul sits still. Page 11, The Last Word and Wisdom of JudgeDead in Joshua James Larson. Now, here is the truth. The truest vision, the realization of man in his times, the battle of every battle, internal to external fight. How does one want to look at it? The universe and earth and whole, the Lord and God always were here. It is as was his own, created, perfect as heaven's heaven. Then came to be a foreigner, alien to God, the Lord and God's perfect nature in that heaven, to the assembly, social congregation, and construction of the city of Eden, and from there also, and it invaded, deceived, usurped, took and killed and recreated, and desired and set to remake in its own way, ideal, spirit, system, and image, from a different world, plane, dimension of reality, or heaven, from its ship, from its mothership elsewhere, and unknown to this and these, its city, market, order, nation of government, and in rebellion to this and these which are as were, set to destroy, to remake, and first in spirit and in knowledge, then rebuilding as its nature anew, or to get back to in this one, for its own dominion of resources and life, and natives, rebuilding the home or ship, city, nation, heaven it came from. The alien did so, as does now, covering, deceiving, blinding, ruling, and destroying this realm, garden, world, and killing it, subjugated the peoples, their loves, freedom, and balances, and ways, souls, unity, minds, to bodies, and works of it, in it, and natural to theirs, on course long standing and running and living free and forever, came to be realized ends and death and great debts and curses among them, and to any futures narrowed, controlled, corralled to a single path, and there further deaths, trespasses against them, free, and what was, is, or had to become existence in, on the impractical, unreal, unfounded way and path of ownerships and usury and debts of no backing or worth beyond control in any way, also beyond any reality to repay, that did also taint the future souls of others who did not create or incur the debt. To a debt prison hell. Hell is a debtor's prison, living to pay off imbalances of the past. Thus, in so many words as accurate to picture, now reveal of culminations to revelate, came this to be. Then also so the new city, nation, estate, realm, world, and its spirit, knowledge, person, authority, powers, unity, and all will be destroyed out of existence. Then so will its debts, demands, works, and hell. Beyond the very realizations of this, it can only stand to reason that the path and original way of the natives is to drive the invasive alien and its race back in its spirit, ideology, ways, unities, systems, technologies, persons, and markets back to the ship or way it came in, to drive with greater resolve, clarity, and purpose it back to its place, their reservation, and to their quarantine, blockade, and corral, their mothership, city, nation, out off our nature, country, and rights, and blast it off to where it goes next or came here from. as the malignant microscope blemish they are, always were and became, and let the Lord and God restore and heal the remaining scar on ours. Now wake up to ways of a way you don't think or would have not thought in your lays to all the deceptions and comforts and generations of sleep with your mothers, despite peace and securities and loves, from this abomination of what has become expected everyday normalcy of reality. I'll just throw it all out there. Public title to final show. Motion picture. That to 8/22/25 to 22/22, 3.5 years of the JudgeDead. As motivating personage of character for a 3.5-year tour. Page 12. It is what moved God, the angels, and lords of God in word, spirit, purpose, and power, and what the one Lord Christ in God was walking on in running from, that should truly revive and terrify you. It takes a cult to kill a cult, and a cult in beliefs known, practices of a society of people in unity of spirit, to building law of norms of a way of life to nation, creating and reacting to the individual, their and others' influenced desired outcome. Leader of that to know one, but not to kill one. We live as much as we die. They live once or in a shadow of what once lived and forever die. In so many words, ways, faiths, and systems, hiding behind, in, and interwoven to utter dependencies of all interworking for its own protections, the invader, foreign entity, alien species, to this, our natural and once perfect earth, in heaven, in its cycles, and all flora, fauna, elements, and peoples indigenous, to and of it in their ways of mind, heart, of soul, and spirit as one, but yet as individuals. I, like the spirit, am free, a comfort to move of ease, and apply, take of it, to make of it, as you also in spirit wish. But the Lord in person, in judgment of this earth's fullness to harvest, shall remove, as he sees fit, or pull the plug source of their works corrupt power, and powers it will be destroyed under its own weight. Sit in its own dying darkness, pulled the weight of its own collapse, or the Lord and God may save, keep alive and going supernaturally new Eden. Is the intelligence, spirit of their own image, ideal way, unity, in the town, market, city, nations, monetary lineage, linked, descending, or rising system. There came to be the United States of America, ultimately as a new city, body as growing toward another one was born out of. It's up in the air. I'm flying around here. I love my nation in its original pact of principles in purity, not in the ways and corruptions to an end it became. So simply drive them, their ship, their ways corrupted and foisted dependencies you might not understand. I am a captain of my own, in freedom and property, a ship, and their in real reality today, and their shipments every day out of our country drive them out, and ranges and our farms and hills they have extorted, deceived to feed from, and as taxes and people's medias of outlets of unities. Yeah, they held it backward to their own debt and death. Who has that which gold buys makes the rules. Drive them, whatever, back to their cities and seats of governments and lawyers, and isolate and blast them off back to their own mothership of heaven, or wherever they came from. The debt of trying to control the future through what it took to control the people, the debt of lies, promissaries with no backing, the debt of imbalances to truth and nature, the already perfect real mortal world held in injustice, in denial by work, coercion, extortion, bribery, slavery, in faith unity from and to and in physical remade artificial false new world reality city nation world heaven by beliefs, words, feelings, then works by that foreign alien invader race, by man in his own ideal and image of that spirit of his new remade heaven from his birth out of, or fallen from former estate and nature, into controlling all knowledges to faiths, to economics, to technologies, to secure and further his head state of dominion, is to, by his works, debt, system, and slaveries, be perfect at peace in a perfect controlled heaven again, with no threat, but also no true balance of nature in destruction and death. That nature in this universe serves God, under God, at times and before man is God, and only through it, as with accepting nature, as with Christ, or the knowledge of his plan, is eternal life. Page 13. The idea that another God, another but God, owes you to cover for you, pay your costs, or is backing, keep you totally perfect, safe, restored, like a man-made physician, insurance company, government, and even alive from birth in their facilities and government bank account issued identity number, till accidental death of threats still beyond their science's control, or death when they're approved, done with you, having fallen out of their grace of conformity of controls, or that you simply, by this slave work debt system in their system of applied sciences and knowledges to control all, live forever. In this false system of satanic slavery and of mankind's own desirous lies, designs, works of making and upholdings, whereas in balance of truth and reality, I don't owe you anything that God himself can't provide. And when you die, as one, as a church, a ship, city, nation, or world, then you go to a real heaven that this world and I could never be for you. And all debts are in fact forgiven, but the eternal stain to memory of soul injustices, growing higher crimes, eternal imbalances against truth, nature, and God of hate. Although there's something to be said about their desire for public peace, their state's general righteousness against everyday common crimes and criminals, and a distraction away from their more vast and greater injustices. You were in someone else's heaven and ultimately serving only their good and will. This whole time. Well, wait a minute. What was that, greater spirit? Like a jackrabbit running right in front of me. Past the bitch dog of my soul's mind, get it while it's hot. You could have eaten alone or at the free public feast orgy. Also to keep yourself getting craven or perverse worse. Oh, I think I've got it now. One is freer, shameless, but leads to more freedom in a quench of death. One is ensnared, building on denial. Accusing and shameful satisfies nothing, makes one smaller, but the many greater and still leads to death. These two ways, I know it don't matter. It's what you made of it and did between the two. In truth, that does matter. Truth from within or truth from without. You just might live and die forever anyway. Okay. In about as few sounds of words and lines and sentences it only took me to destroy everything you are and have ever believed in thought. God will all the false works of your world, and then reveal in eternal He and who and what has been here the whole time. Just covered up, denied, masked, veiled, obstructed, confused, or hidden, maybe even for others' own good, but on terms and planned allowance agenda to his very check and counterpart of enemy, to ultimately greater love, purpose, and balance to justice. You can't prove what didn't happen. There can be no yes without a yes, no. Left, right. Left is nothing more than your ultimate right. A legion marches on in time. How did you feel yours? So, where was I? Here in this age of times and populations and cultures grown unchecked, on the North American continent apart from others, as God did also in spreading forth the universe, the earth, the U.S., a nation here, like a best of leader and model from all past peoples and cities and civilizations, according to this great Babylonian threat as enemy in current scientifically, monetarily, faithfully godless practices against God, the Lord, Christ, truth, nature, the people, freedom in death and life, personal free will in liberty, God's general given rights to man should realized, be put into place, all the free right-wing countries, lands, farmers as natives and folks, in new as old reclamation land, nation alliance back to the land's original indigenous native tribes of the earth in this America, and in free will and peace spirit in doing so. Deny to destroy principles I speak in powers of authorities of state and monies and technologies and spirits driven back to their ship and city. Page 14. Taking back control of our government instead of it enslaving, controlling, and dictating to us our rights, abilities, and full freedoms under God in doing the aforementioned, and or expanding and stopping their restoring a greater whole new nation. Denying a monetary system gone rogue, corrupt, imbalanced, to severe slave-causing debt that was never the people's. What is real property, goods, and services is greater as only that what gold can buy, thus setting their terms, values, and exchanges as a new debt-free value-traded currency, controlling medias of all propagandas, agendas of faiths and knowledges, than it controlling us. And driving back the cities and urbanization of ghettos to their own jurisdiction of geographic city boundary limits, apart wholly from the peace and rights and rest of the country. And that as their only reservation, territory, charter, and nation, that city authorities in its economics, politics, recognition, or rights, instead of it taking, tricking, deceiving the country. It came to me in a few hours. I heard, captured, wrote it in page 11, 15 in a few hours today. How did it all come to this? However, by God, it came to this path. It just happened, and dude, it totally happened. In my way, in my own land and rights first. They came against me, and they did nothing but seek to kill and take and destroy, starve, improve, nutrition me out, and to improve. We should do this. Recall, I did. Reclaim, preserve, and reserve them, theirs, and me in mine forever, as you too. The civil rebellion in full free will transfer of earth, land, title, deed, sovereign authority, power to a reborn new nation tribe. And you, as they and I, will see how clear, simple, and free the truest form of earth stewardship in Christianship as Christ is can be, as they cannot control in what is not held, ordered, or participated in. You having nothing to possess you by, even so no love for such, as even in your own life. No vices or habits either, or ties, or debts, or licenses, contracts, oaths, or binds, mentally, spiritually, or physically, to debts, or fornicated children under it, even of love, as this is a trick, or duties to them, over it, or to others who do. You cannot be controlled, persuaded otherwise, or fear, or extorted, to living, supporting, contributing, and carrying on their invasive, all-knowing controls, systematic to their culture of governing in unity, demanded spirit, mind, soul, city, nation, world system, more than the truth and promise with shown backing of Christ in God, or persuaded more than your own free will, right, and freedom, than your own actual death. So I first just stopped living, eating and being eaten, swallowed up, absorbed, erased. We stopped working for them in their system. Stop paying off and creating their debt as yours. It's an injustice to reality, today and tomorrow. Quit obsessing and defensively or offensively about the greatest nation of nation in its original and purest precepts, perhaps, contracts or systems of even founding and continuing controls in principle, in her lineage, inherited and learned as ways, as seed of a necessary evil from the start, even here before. What was Babylon will end as Babylon, and what is the Lord's will end as God's. Who among you are you by some measure of an archaic system, only in the name, honor of another, who is, or was, or did, rich in material wealth, or monies, and esteemed, praised yet of what your grandfather did, not you, and in this hypocrisy and social displacements of truth and honor, be condemned by Grandpa as well. False world by faiths in socially held contracts and money is the greatest truth displacer next to arts. In man-made, contrived, dead yet living media technology recordings of image without knowledge and information without soul, truth, or spirit of life, and that next to the liar-in-chief, killer, glorious, honorable, beauty in the devil himself. He lives but not for long here, and still lives in knowledge and spirit and sway, of form, of power, of earth and physical realm, shadow, of means, from limited or stolen or displaced fuller heavens, super almighty powers you lie and steal to control, to kill, still or destroy or decay, and can't make, move, or grow in light of life or love from God as God, and by time can also kill all things behind me. And by some purpose and measure, on some plane, even a love existence of life in you, you exist still of God. Page 15. Like the natural laws of physics or mass gravity and time of matters dedicated to this universe for order, to stability, for patterns and lives of everlasting creating models built, that what in fear, love, or faith of one or many in action or reaction in this universe as set forth on course to it, from it, toward it, others or oneself as a matter, what even in limited control, you as they declare or desire, knowing or not, try to make and make happen, generally speaking, by some degree of occultation prevents and keeps it from happening. And what in this principle, as any point of perspective, high, low, full circle, in or out, to clarity or definition is sought to deny, stave off, or prevent from occurring or coming to be, then will. Son of man, take my word for it, as you know and have and use now as a function in this creation, regardless of love. Why wouldn't you take the word? This or more, an object of objects created like any other. It is you as they and I who bring it to light of love by God. If you don't know it directly and dwell on it to live with it, the further it is from the reality of the now, as in the seats of displaced truth and further away powers that control it. If you don't work it directly by any measure, you don't eat, and if you don't eat it as you will die, in and from and to the system, for, from, and in and to another one. It wasn't even so much about leveraging oneself free from their controls to control, change, or create a new way, as it was and is about simply being free. And well, just fed up, run dry, or burnt out to it, in, of, and from it, as a natural course, unrestrained to time, that would have happened anyway. The ultimate disclaimer is that they disclaim their own selves, in truth, in mind and soul, in bed with, as at one with, to this temporal world systems, aforementioned I have in depth described to perspective, constructions and authorities, states and powers. I represent myself as myself, for myself first, from, with, and under God only. I just am, and it just is, and we just are. I'm not taking orders, and I'm not ordering, not bound by a expectation, or a mass or group identity. There's no oath, legalities, licenses, or contracts to uphold or to break that I'm not following or being followed. But the light, love, truth, and a way as it is to me, or of me, or through me, and that always was there, will be, and is, of eternal within temporal circumstances and structures of times on the grand cycle of course. How you take it, or they, to means and what you do with it is to your account. as a more permanent and everlasting truth greater than the hardest rock, a circular revolving love, balanced only by infinite forces of justice, is a word, the first or even last word of God, and the Lord, as Lord in God, is always a moving concept, is a word, and already perfect, despite how others may try to personal names, likes, or tastes add, shape, or detract of what always was, a circular point-blank like round of most rudimentary concept and foundational logic and love, whole in and of itself, eternal, self-perpetuating seed of life, cycle, and death, programmed of its kind within itself for the outer to land, one, and grow by God, a word in precept of God, of logic bred with love, is like a tiny, immeasured unknown to grow, a secret magical spelling carried out by the angels, a gold nugget, priceless jewel, one nourishing plant in a vast desert, is a true frozen word of God, moving in precept as it is what it is. I, for one, am utterly fascinated by it. It's needless to say, to tend, to grow, to expound on it by the energy, if you haven't alone discovered this, these logical seeds of around yourself, of what I couldn't smoke or drink, and after my securing right hand, the girth of my swollen gluttony transferred, I ate all these seeds and roots of the mind that destroyed my memory as much as created it. Stop a minute, don't move. I feel a wholly new movement building. Page 16. God Reborn 1. The greatest loan ever granted the past, taken from the future, secured by the authority of authorities, in the name of all creation of creations, bound in the trust, hope of love, and moved by force to build it forth on this cycle of time. A generation is his, children of her, and all things known, grown and ended at its fullness of source, transfer to first choice as appointed, born of their passing death, free, life as spirit in all that creation, and title in new executive, Lord, Creator, name of authority, as all former deaths, sins, works, evils, lenders, debtors, authorities, names, and titles and accusations are forgiven and erased but to memories of the new and complete, permanent, perfect creation of the Lord and God and Master of the eternal living now of desired truth, Jesus Christ. You realize the value of these terms. You finally got it all when you caught me as one to start. Man, why can't you be just like stop creating? 7-1-25. Title and 21 lines, 170 words. I win. What? Peace. Page 17. The original song of the stupendous march of the minds. Non-AI assist, infinite God computer program in spirit angel human interface to word term title of song tune. Meaning 1. Of the warring consciousness in eternal territories of heaven in conquest to claim and live on order to chaos, imbalance to balance, to rock, be rocked, and roll to. 2. in the new 6th month of 15 of Mars ruling of held Earth time per annum due to critical mass increase and vernal solstice sequence compensation of extended lifetime addition of months sanctuary, month fiduciary, obituary, January, February, in essence of Marius or March. 3. Of someone, thing, or way that is great beyond description or full understanding, and in reflex inspires awe, terror, wonder, incapacitating, sting, freeze, or still love. 4. A specific unique sound sequence or combination by media of, through the air, space resonance of Earth's physical as in universe by a body for the mind of a soul. 5. Something of a logic, sound, line in linear move creating movement and power from power and being. 6. Most high of power and great being as most base, primitive, natural, indigenous, hedonistic, raw, and pure of elements of matters on this world or plane. 2. 7. In such as such cause or effect, 2. In earth or heavens, the movement to shaking, breaking, dissolving of established normalcy, order, assemblies, bodies, minds, spirits or souls, standings, elevations, built constructions or coverings. 8. A thing, way, or person conveying such tangible power, leveling within or without, inebriation or influence of another, through a body to the mind for the soul of a body. 9. The God, matter, or element apart from God, in composed structures, bindings, or there its illusions built of this part. 10. Such as a baby versus all pre-existing matters to house, to control the given and said child, who knows, goes, and builds its own. The sound of God's full voice as Lord, in the soul of a baby man, in pure and total knowledge wipe. 11. An element of spirit of all matters that on its own stands independent, being not made of, built with, or part of others, their loves, minds, ways, souls, spirits, or structures, yet is. 12. Something somehow more powerful in function, truth, or appeal, and cannot be destroyed as this singular element alone upholds and destroys all others. Such is love. Page 18. Come here if you dare to care, to give a metaphorical shit one takes from greater in word of spirit. It's the terrible realization after you're already snared, captivated or enslaved, to seek and find of original God, that none can ever in life long create or destroy anything greater than in this universe, and that what already was and is, and but yourself in attempting so to it, but of it, anything greater. In that you're but eating up its fragments further and making their little shits about it, being weakened, diluted, broken down the lines further to a hopeful end that puts you back at or closest to the beginning. In a mass accumulated totality of being by extension sense, but in my individual, personal, unique perspective sense, I just am. Children make that easy for sinners, parents to hide in behind like a woman for cover, for hire, sanctified on lease by those lesser, closer to actual God. And you're on lease by those closer to actual God in purity, hiding behind, covered, singing it as in your sacrifices. But I'm an almost 50-year-old child, and this what? I don't know. Killed my parents, their parents, scattered relatives, and nearly everyone, everywhere, everything I've ever been in contact with. I am alone because anyone where I am would die killing me. So this spirit and word is all I can connect with as mortal image and sound. Jesus, I've been fighting and done it so long I can't even drink myself under the table in any illusion or shadow no longer. It's enough to make the rains of God's eyes return to himself in image that even God has yet to exist beyond faith. In this, I suppose, I'd like to at least think I'm at one with God as you, consecrated herein and to, on this day and time, way and form of God to God, in witness of all mankind and the creation, when it's finally ever translated them. It's not an egocentric, concentric, heliocentric thing, unless it needs to be, and is. In this image of God, one must be as to be, and will eventually meet, or their part thereto, in angels till purpose and peace, but only one, and in word will remain. Don't be God's asshole unless you are. Sin is the cause in displaced whatevers from a perfect balance of a now across time that demands atonement to temporarily appease in a way making correction on path to perfecting in balance to account of whole again, of pure primacy of nature or not, and sacrifice for and towards satisfying atonement reconciled until atoned, it will be demanded even if unknown or denied, to the build-up of then greater sacrifice of something, how or way, your children or you to pay for that debt in displaced reality. It would be an illusion to think that in this reality of earth, sin and creation, that heaven corresponding in eternity is currently perfect and is as it starts or end with God at one. To believe that right now there's no sin in heaven, there thus no sacrifice there also needed, as individuals or as many in them, in form of religious or natural way of worship, practices, path, way of their to appeasing, atonement, sacrifice of, and to restore, and call as well as bring God in full again. So, of me, my matters in my time, this is accounted, this is demanded. I know it because it demanded of me to be known, as in this God's heaven of eternity, that of the spirit of to love and soul of mind, where there the idea of it and is greater than the actual matter of earth it made, and this realm or side of it, that heaven in purity, the creating to sustaining, accounts to restoring of its body of earth, flesh of elements, if in all things of matters great or worse, a word, thing, structure, identity, and way didn't already exist to build of and on further, I would have had also to invent and take the time to make it. God, maybe it would have all been greater in revenue of faith. All I got was this t-shirt from a concert of a band, of a song, of some instruments, and these lyrics that one time. Page 19. This concept example is all totality on a plane of rudimentary nature of earth and heaven, that of this one small matter of my flesh body, is in demand debt of sin on a few levels, and one in me wicking off to a recorded version in act, image, and spirit of love of my ex-wife then, or future ex-wife, as now in that at love is atoning sacrifice to my wicking out offering and pleasure of that matter. It satisfies a sin of debt and bonds otherwise, setting me in my love of soul of mind from body free from it to greater and higher matters, but in the bigger picture and span of eternity in a heaven over earth now also creates another debt displacement of sin on them, the system, as another or something even here, drawing off my fruits of freedom, and in spirit even they wicking off, quenching to this of me. This further requires their return to compensate, sacrifice, atonement of answering as to gold basis source, for in even spirit, love, soul, mind, or knowledge to any or their power in of itself from heaven and of it to or back at the one or knowledge with the body of truth or origin, and on earth at this my time as of but for spirit with attributed to the love, life, creator, mover, God's Spirit as free, pure liberty in certain Lord Jesus, and liberty to they who are free. I'm a loan from the free lease, license, and loan of I am. You can, in utility, keep cutting the grass, or bake it to brickhead use. You can let animals you control graze it, or let it go wild, full of ones you don't. Where even God's adornment of earth live, you live on it, to cut it, salted it in ease to death. You are, and how long you stand without sinking on barren rock, when things heat up, fired by my word as hired. The moon and Mars, too, are only a stone's throw to God. Seems crazy, and in some regard it is, but true. It's don't know or love. It's an object in reflection, and makes me grow on, further preserving, producing me, earth of the earth, in displaced now, debt loan creating sin. Can't cheat itself, rob itself, or even so for long till accounting forces comes to collect, or all at once built up, and so it is also in a heaven. Can't cheat the truth of the systems to rob itself, but heaven can cheat earth, override, displace as it in he, by he, created earth. What a fascinating way to look at it, is the only way to understand it all. I awoke an envisioned body of subjective matters made simple to share, from what is vast, complex, and great, to one time, place, purpose, and form, and the same spirit in me that started calling little by little, word to line to concept, filled it as me in line of, to, from, and for it, to overflowing overload spirit transpired to solid tangible matters of form and thought conveyed, that it became greater than its time, space, way to fill out of non-existence purity of white, and everything as one in black, nothing also to me, as I tortured between not caring or how to responsibility of any of it, not to deny the spirit, but not wanting any more to record and conceptualize a greater vision of a higher perspective, totality of creation, a end that had no start, really, or end, past that form, subject, way, or date, that became a novel side note to it. As once composed, put out there, this remains forever. Or maybe it was the moving combination of that summer salad pasta gumbo I ate. Maybe it's my reticular cycle nut coil on 3 days develop, and everything, spirit, thought, words, precepts, I grab, I build, composing something, as before ever have, do now, or will, original with a taste and flair. It remains secure in truth and love, even if I try to alter what I've established and settled, or only build on further. Such is the pure soul in lineage of truth out of the sealed, maintained vacuum of a holy God in a heaven space in my mind as well. I am composed of it, all that I've ever been or thought before, regardless of you, they, or beliefs. In this, and I do exist as I move, only considering all the elements, truths, and spirit and weight and structure of my words. Why would any ever build themselves of, in, and on even one falsity, or fault of reason or love, only to be destroyed with it? This is to end goals I don't even fully see or know under God from its start, that keeps growing and evolving and moving everything to itself. Whatever it was blessed and ordered by God, and I just wrote it. Page 20. You can look at, behold something from the outside, even something vast from the inside, outwardly. Between everything and nothing, nobody and everybody, Jesus and me, none can ever truly understand to comprehend something until you are in it and it's in you. The Creator ease, comfort spirit till you need it, and create it as it creates you. No one knew, and I did. Maybe someone can tell you. But really, by God of way, purpose, place, and name, read my words in your way, in your time. The spirit in you creates the fullness it was communicated for, and you did. You now know, you know, in and over, under, through all life, us all, this one, God's heaven and earth and universe. You, as all, can do not but serve Him in your life and your death, until you too are ultimately released or found in your own. Whether you know it or not, say it or not, and more times than not, that just obstructs and confuses matters in yourself. Everything lives and dies except God. Now, I'm going to sit here for a long time. Where are you gonna sit? And I've been killing it forever. You can only set me free once. They died as everything's a threat to them. I couldn't be better. Now, no, I am your father. I'm your father. No, I am your father. I'm your father. No, I am your father. Make it smart, hugging out. Goffa smelta, bought a dam of art. AI, Osbucken, forn in a way that's great, no one becomes to. My crown remains as only mine, but you can't see. begun tribally. I'm not acting. If God and Jesus isn't undeniably real to you, it made its own way as it started. The sound made its own sound. If I didn't know better, I shouldn't. Couldn't accept or alter the truth, way, and life the Lord has already made for me. By the price you control others, you're controlled. What good is knowing of what's not real to you? If you're not as free outside as you are inside, forget it. True government, over and managing its civilian societies of electors, should have absolutely nothing associated to do with knowing of the individual. Other powers or hierarchies, or in application of law to justice, cost money for, in, of, during it, beyond its funding on. In application of law to justice, its funding on anonymous taxes already paid to its servants, nor anything to do with shaping or controlling any future not in current problems of reality, as corrupted agendas they are, even of their best of intentions or numbers of electors, and nothing of that beyond the law as is was already established. What? None did this before? None before did this, because I am. If it's a good idea, by the supposed greater eternal balances of justice, his own good pleasures, God already knows about it. When science and investigative rogue actions, prerequisite and under supposed law and authorities of a government, becomes a law against or for agendas, the people or that government, all must be suspect and brought into question. If you only have your full rights when you're flawlessly perfect in view and rights of others or on their grounds, terms, and system, then you only have lesser and lesser rights or freedom by law. And no one is totally free in absolute rights by works or control of being perfect except God. If law of a order of people, a civilization that defines and supports or allows life and diversity of autonomous nature, if that held idea of ethic, of moral, by many to one, to all, living forward as time continues, only accounts authority and rights allowing freedom by their ideals, definitions, under their power of control by force, and condemns, accuses, disallows anything, secures only and all that is not perfect and great, or it disallows by and what only serves their ideal and interest in the now, and secures only their future to and on only their accounting and control, then it is a created, controlled bubble, isolated system within the greater infinite system, country, earth, universe, heaven. Then it is law accounting for a one-sided only reality, from, to, of, under law, of only their perfect law. It's their perfect. The perfect law, giving authority and rights, accounts only for what and who is for its own safety and security and trust and beauty, intelligence, order, and future in its own light, its own order and life only. The law of perfection is imperfect. It does not account for true nature of balances of the greater universe, of perfection by contrasts of opposition. Page 21. The perfect law is imperfect. Freedom in full by only perfection as your rights. By only meeting or exceeding others definitions or standards is slavery to that faith in thought to systematic actions, 'cause you can't live outside of it. In the most base, highest, or originally purest intended form, it's Satanism in the light of Lucifer, of growing by God to natural selection, to a form in lines drawn, and judgment to death of all that is lesser, undesirous, and doesn't make the cut, or standard evolving through time of a body. Whereas in the greater, outside and over universe body of heaven and time in eternity, as a love, as a law, as a God, as a right, nothing can be but by God. If it is possible or can be, then if anyone or anything can do it, then it is right by right and has right to exist. By love or hate, by balance or not, beyond my, your, or our body or will in time. In so little time and words, this is nearly everything Christ came to be, stood, died, and rose eternal for. A greater way, life, balance of everlasting, heaven in the midst of and given imperfection, forgiveness, death, rebirth, and hell. This Jesus is a cross of all balances, beyond all matters, time, and most comprehensions. This is the law of God, the Father of God, the Creator of reasoning, to love. Welcome to annihilation by the highest power. The first and only interest of any state is to itself. In it, founder and law and word of faith, of charter in its own people and its more perfect and beautiful and greater people, this under and in the face of superintending law, that as the supremacy clause of the greater and more encompassing U.S. national federal constitution in laws, constituents, and rights. And there's something yet to be said of the nation and people of God in Christ, whose identity as one and many, and laws and rights, resources and powers come from nature and God over nature. And in nature and under supernature, without long debt or captivity, go to God. I never understood how people get satisfied like livestock or something to a limited reality they make themselves subject to. Death is easier than constant fighting, pain, fear, and work that others build on to their or their system's gain at your loss anyway. Then again, it never occurred to me others don't from birth run, live to, by, for, through, only absolutes of life. The world around you, in yourself, and general existence created by God to know and build yourself on, rejecting anything and all less than absolute in power of whatever, truth, love, the passing sensuals, even the most high matters that are immortal, more and more everlasting, and so one becomes. Goodbye. It's easier for me to just leave than love you all and kill you all, than to love being so disturbed and bothered by your good to take the time to task to point out to you to see it is fully ordained and righteous. But at that time, and correct all of you, it's just at that time that it was easier to just die for not only your sins, but all sin for all time, than live, rise, reborn, go away for a while, and it just happened to be God's plan too. Yeah, sometimes even I don't know, man. It's why there's word. Heaven, earth, and hell are very different realms. It may be some time before they're all brought into line to live and walk as one again. Look, this isn't like writing a mere book. It's a book that wrote me, but I'll finish it anyway. If you were worldly fathers, authorities, law, weapons, house, chiefs, leader of your nation's powers are the greatest things you know and only live to, then I may have some sore news for you. As a judge, I tell you, can't condemn or redeem anyone or anything that's absolutely beyond your control. It's your own reflection in damnation. Oh, right. But I'm a prettier Christian on the inside, silly. It's no wonder everything you think, know, or feel was all you had to absorb and learn from the esteems in all man-made, man-controlled power structures of life, government, and religions. Of course, that limited, self-centered, condemning hubris and arrogance is all you can reflect. Page 22. You have no idea what one runs through my mind as spirit forming, hovering in lucidity over the absolutely pure white, clean, blank page of space, like the only infinite inner throne and being of God the Creator, in equal or as also the vast, dark, infinite beyond and outer of universe, space, and stars as well. It's taken me thus and far, and to today, to build, to rest in my fake heaven and castle. It is just a nice soft throne, and this pointy, changey scepter gun thingy that goes wherever I go. In my castle, I see you in yours. Let's pretend yours is mine. I'm in you, and I am next to you. In my current castle, that is. I claim to forever own and rule in controlling it, but I know I'm just on lease passing through, and it's owned by others, a government, and it's almost entirely man-made, controlled, self-induced at whim. There's any variety of pacifiers, sedatives, stimulants for almost any sense, mood, or purpose as drink, as pharmakia, as forms to consume, hard or soft pills to swallow, in endless foods as texts. My castle is built, owned, maintained by the people who work it or claim to control them and me for our own best interests, lasting interests, as branch extensions of a corporation, of a government, and has no Lord, name, or God reigning, but a lost, archaic, confused faith of a God held by the weak and women and children to their values of ours as morals, purity, and servitude. For if a lord of the god did appear to stand, sit, or rule, he knows the world castle development growth would stop, end as it also burns or freezes in time no more. So, this ever-proud man-made castle is beyond faith or superfluous spirits, godless, because there is no real present living God. And my castle is built to last for over, on, and deep undergrounds beyond any one person, man, or generation of people's corporation or government, tiers of life in their knowledge, time, and use, while in the abominable secret laboratory they yet play with all knowledges and experiment to make me alone be as Lord and God and live eternally, with no decay or death ever, or pain or loss or threats, insecurities, farts, or crime. Oh, I'm just a preppy warm-up. I'm watching, sitting here on my throne of atomic molecular genetic mastery and in psychology of imbalances, waiting like a giant to laugh and strike. They're born into unquestioning, in ruling, governing authorities, knowledges, and sciences applied. My castle has all from my throne on false trusts, peace, treaties, contracts, armies of legalist faith lawyers, and bought agendized judges, all on money for personal and mass power, all globe of governments, technologies, foods for employ to their little jobs, composing all systems of life and death in only my eye. All networked on strings to pull any out of line out, back, and closer to forever securing the totalitarian totality of my castle and reign from their deluded self-wills to freedom, chaos to life, to only mine. From 1,000 generations, continued sacrifice in every and any new contribution to my life, continued at their death, from my throne projecting out over all, without, absent real truth, love, spirit, power, balances, accounting, eternal judgment, or death. I have my own Lord King-like powers, from mass psychological, social, spiritual gathering, warring, sporting, to isolated, and their compartmentalized, monitored living, far away, detached, drugged, disassociated, as 1,000,000,000 times 8. Servants, networks of communications, instant vision, control. Spirit with no soul, love with no self, clouds with psychedelic rain, food with no nutrients, drink that dehydrates you, medicine that makes sicker, medical near immortality with no judgment, errors with no pain, stupid with no correction, crime with no punishment, justice system for no honor but hire, life with no work, money with no gold, personal self-will desirous reality with no truth, cold without freeze of winter, light and warmth, light with no fire, a full court of raucous harem of concubines, naked forever, fucked with no king or children, distant marriage with no sex, sex without love, social set show with no actual people or friends, raw power music for all with no meaning, and one lover, warrior, conqueror, or king, or champion, travel with no animals, water or effort, and religion with no God. Page 23. Meat and milk with no animal, sacrifice or love, plants with no seeds, oceans and waters that kill, air as all that is filtered, vision that blinds, hearings of that only make deaf, flowers with no bees. Shall I continue? A ring with no signet. The ring. Where is the ring? It's the only way to tell. Ancient long mass death for current burning black fuels to the living. An abundance of almost everything in God's in surplus. You psychologically accept judgment and a living God without value. News with nothing near crucial or wise. War as games with no death. Man with no God. Government of no people. The applied scientific ability to abominate and create new to an ecosystem once in balance, with no ethics or oversight. God without a care, cause, or a man's body. Darkness with no sleep. The devil with no purpose, known identity or name. Shall I continue? Shall I, as you, continue on my castle throne? Yes, yes. All this and more. All for all and everyone and for no one. Stops for no one and can't be stopped. It's a mockery in vain, just wanting, yearning, longing, waiting to be real. An ever-growing police state of name of Israel and Jews who control all knowledge to powers of man and monies and usury and foisted or by pattern corrupted a now inverted man-made Christian church religion with no true spirit, power, authority, or God. And only now, from this your prison cell castle throne waiting to be destroyed and cremated to ash, you finally cry out to robotic programmed guards that won't even look or take your petitions. Yes, now you finally get it, dumbass. But I am me, and I see you in yours from my throne. Did I tell you about my castle in heaven? I'm not diagnosing, prescribing, or creating my personal soul perspective of God right now. I am yours. So let's us get this straight. They or it would have you even as JudgeDead, seized, locked up, and executed and erased for even this spirit or knowledge of the judgment as God, the Lord and one only Creator God of this very universe. that you want and would execute injustice, wrath, and vengeance upon mankind, its world, and peoples, and systems, and also death for the fullness of fruits of that knowledge as they evolve to the current state of affairs you describe from the seed of fruit of only one of God's trees, that you also ate, showed, and gave them. I've made amends, balanced, reconciled, and am at one with my Maker and the creation of this universe and earth in heaven. It's just the way it is. Now, moving on. Well, okay, but nothing comes between me and God in the four-man holding hand. Who is this? And you tell me who's the chief to be sitting right of. Hi, I'm Josh. I was over before it was in this JudgeDead scenario. Oh, you've got 'em going now, buddy. It's all going through their souls, through yours. Thank you. I'm not moving, though. Wait a minute. Wait a year. Or 100, or maybe more. So they, as all two, have the right to do and live anything on this plane. And you have right to kill, move, or change anything or anyone. Yes. And they, yea, but only love is the eternal victor. Yeah, hence the cloak and title. It's just easier, catchier than a Melchizedek or something. Hang on right here. Even if I grow old or die, and this current world, that is, never knows it from their multiverse selves, I would like to return and from right here continue on with and as judge and a Christ Lord of Manu, eternal, immortal, heaven, hell, earth, creation, life. So it is in I am until is not. Now, that was a neat trick amongst the changing of the guards. Me of me's. When can I get back in the circle of the four-man holding? Nothing comes between me and the Lord. Whenever you want to, man. Who goes on catching what they're creating as it's being created through themselves, even in this way, and base universe model, but only in some ultimate higher spirit consciousness, to record it, to go back to their self, or further create what they're making in doing so, to multiply in sharing with others, with nothing at all to do with money, but a kid or a god, or this is true spirit, forming, transpiring, transcending all and many levels of reality to a soul that was lost for a purpose long ago. The current history of the known recorded world of existence, now reborn, awakened, faith, soul, pure spirit creator, to new refound living reality, glory and power, from spirit to word to this is a whole new level of what the fuck. We all have heavens to return to. Here's yours. Execution. Page 24. Yes, back to the current throne in the castle, a fortress so secure it's a lie, a mockery in vain, just wanting, yearning for nothing to for nothing but to be real. You've got your social illusions, even closer fake friends and technologies and business and sexuality and marriage to a screen and all recorded hard disk drives if you like it forever, and even your dreams, children, family, and parents, all in one vision that never ends, even when you sleep on your media tech recording screen transmitted connection and lives of dramas as if real, and your religion in this church congregated as just lost, distant image, living as spirit, just material words of a script, a book, and produced in mass for all, synchronized and programmed to account for daily changes, upsets, corrections, news, seasons, emptied to expected traditions, to the times, ways, norms, with no personal truth or spirit. These people, this system, the souls are possessed, or simply not real, as another speaks, cares, acts for them. They are paid liars of the highest whoredom to pacify and appease mass boredom, broadcasting lifestyles future that in that captured ideal image faith don't exist yet. Two controls dictating all opinions, all knowledge of evil and good to their goals of desired outcome until it does. In self-secure, willed, participating choice, mind, spirit, soul, life control to keep their way of existence in a false heaven on earth as God's going on. Yes, see. A city, whole world Babylon now, and an extracted from, absorbed, incorporated form and erased now, or true God, Lord, Spirit, man, or King that never was or can be, in a heaven, in a castle, on a throne of no God. A totally rich, free life, love without judgment, that's a life never lived. All this, that, and more. The individual, real power person is merely an inconsequential, fleeting breeder of mere flesh, a novel inventor or new idea or soul as challenged to be quickly obscured, drawn from, denied, and gone. For the real, lasting network, string, safety, super built, eternal, permanent, false, scientifically weaponized, planned, and enforced godless system. Every new individual thing, person, or soul is born into. It's built into them as they build it. Born into, parents severed in controlled work, occupying jobs. It's the public school systems, public church, the public social, public feasts and houses of feasting, orgies, public news, the governments, every second of every one of every day controlled for their absolute authority as your public best interests on the surface, safety and security, and behind it those who control all by controlling all. Knowledge is quite dark, till death and destruction as one public also comes all at once, simply for power as God in their secured and greater controlled future. Dude, you were in the zone more than 4 measures. That just don't happen no more. Yeah, I know. You're a great one. They died, baby. Court for the money, 8 pence to justice. Everything is a threat to these people. The simple now existence is their death, as is if God in full in a Christ today rose up or descended and walked this earth with man, and like not even doing much, they seeing, knowing one would in just that be judgment, and their souls and ways, ideals, systems, city, and world would be destroyed. Oh, you want to run the sin cycle? I became the bad guy, they became the worst guy. I became the good guy, refrain. Repeat. No, it just ends there, dude. I see this garden is weeded. I didn't realize that walking with you meant the difference of shoe to no shoe. Look, when God rested, man worked. What? It's where you perceive an echo in every way you've been going through this point of power and never seized upon it. Only you can realize you, not Stu. It's the point of power in it you've been going through, forward and back again then, and never in singular consciousness had reflex perspective to see it, even beyond from the blast, your own birth and death, in as many and any as you respond that power actualized, likewise to it, in some art expressed. It is only on the blast when one looks upon the vast alone created that makes one small. Power logics of God chords 4,421. Now, that's a rift that beats all and none. Well, one what, man? One that is. Page 25. When time consumes itself, it produces new time, where time as a matter is unobserved by a living consciousness. It does not exist. See and be seen. If not in reflex, I call it before I am, then it is I. I have a purpose for you. As much as I have tried to suppress the darkness I've created, I need you to be the light. To be that no one else thought according to my reality. What is not reflex but blind ambition? You smell that? Your mother was a whore of nature without money too. If I don't soon exactly locate and identify the source of that echo, you hear that? I am going to go mad. Nothing is only as great as I reflect. To ride, one must have alone walked this high. What is this single leaf-like seed clip of a grow gun? The power of a whole unity is in love, then purpose in your most held dark only becomes light by the energy given within its creating sphere of to cycle of existence. What's a grow gun? Stop and plant one. The dimensions of truth are great, but yet as a victim of chaos or two, until by overwhelming devil takes to any but the desirous, purest, simple children souls of God. If something is not beyond control, you have no one to blame. If you are not enslaved, yes, you are a master. The spirit is all you imagined it to be. From some other spirit in need, ideal, and growth of life. In you, the spirit roots to form you become it embodied. Yet there is this greater one body of spirit, being not of your exact soul needed, yet this creation in detail of all that exists in God and spirit materialized, embodied as reality, also grown, formed by the desire, imagined faith of one soul being. Everyone and everything serves that person's purpose only. Whether present or absent, God made us beautiful, did he not? Consecrate your child to order, chaos will be found. Man, you really just need to, not interact with any other souls, spirits, or living existences of life for a while. See if you still exist. Your mother from the start knows the end of you like your father. Here's the thing. After there's no gravity I've not thought of, there's no reason in faith, nothing, and no one in fear, love, or purpose that pulls, projects, or protects you, and no one but God. If there's a reality that's not art, an original reality beyond our great city, I would know about it. Every spirit, angel, or devil is a mere needed projection of something ultimate, greater, more infinite, and lasting than ourselves, too. Hey, pal, the fire don't move when you're cooking. Oh, okay, you get it. You do as I am. If there is a reality, not mere shadow reflection and art of our Queen Mama, the bounds of our great city, an original, or art, or another, I want to know more. My God, this bullet has come from another universe. I have sought from the start. Why did you do it before? You didn't know it was possible. Yes, we all live to what is given to behold as the greatest. How did you fit in there? How does something so great come from something so small? It's practically not even existing. Was this supposed to be here? Stop doing a Cousin Eddie on my leg. If an end has no start in development, there is no purpose. What if I said I'm not even trying to copy, act, or reproduce anything? I just take the moment to in and from me as it goes. The system is made for the stupid to go sleep autopilot in. Anything is possible and can exist, but at what cost? What you live in, balance built or bought in as paid or to be paid for eternally, by, through, from, to God, and your soul thereof, is all you alone will ever be. The most one can live forever is at least expense of others. Page 26. I've done, thought, heard, and seen almost all there was, is, ever can be too. If it's soul-blowing me, it will be to you. Stop, you plant! To see the Lord's comet is to see it coming and going, if one sees anything at all. The less I have, the more she and my seed become. First there was nothing, then there was something like a purple. Having been through it before, it is great, vast, even as it is now, awesome in power of design, sacred to what once was greater for all and God. So I'll keep and behold often and work around it. It is like the body of Moses, and I'm Jesus, and I must keep, dispose, or cover every part, molecule to atom. My weakness is reborn in your strength. If it's good enough to watch again, I would have watched and recorded it to watch again. We all walk toward what way come from shown us to live in, but really, as soul, nothing moved at all in your now. If one is alive in a body of this current creation, and stop all moving, dead in stillness, the life will find an out to keep moving, going a way, to take root, path in, and keep growing. So you're the only one who lives, not knowing who and what God does. What if the only driving question on any level of conscious, of unknowns, is to swallow up, dominate, conquer whatever chaos in real or in consciousness is left, to a new, permanent, formed way, body of order as God. Boo, boo, ba, ba, boo, ba, ba. When you're dead, you'll know. Meet your end from the start. Maker to fully know you're part of as the final, perfect, permanent, big picture to will. There's something everyone knows that I don't, so I created it. I've enough light now that even the unique truth presented will live forever, given this day in July summer's rest. What can't be said the Sabbath isn't kept as holy to the chief musician. To know he's gone egocentric is not what but of it. Wait, let me get this straight. They are begging and paying for their own brainwashing. I like the being Josh. For no reason, God will not kill you, like you're living what you actually own and recorded to your control. Wash the air wash you. The drone zone, what area, space, or span between here and there? It plants the seed. Well, I'll sell. Make me smart. Get it now. Is it cherry or is it not? The Megatar says, be as big and always as you really are. And when in decline of them boundaries also was like this man was a projection or projecting more than a man, seen as many things or lives, loves of another reality he lived, and spoke the wisdom conveyed. I'm just a note in the grand cacophony, final cut of a masterpiece in a song of the being Josh that has always been playing. The Megatar, I'll be keeping that one. The more I have, the more I need. The ever more they want. The most abstract matter I ever beheld wasn't chaos. If it's not how you want it to be and you can't reconcile it, don't delude yourself. It was two arms synchronized to a head for creation by destruction. If, as you say, this nation, world, and creation are God's, why do you claim it? If our rights, as you say, come from God, why do you dictate them? A mouse, nay, a gnat with God's gun is greater than your entire house. Yes, it's true. Everything has the right to live and die by its own judgment. It's the build-up and denial that comes to crash. Get out of my house, mouse devil. You want what I have, but you can't take it, deny it, or subvert it. Can't tolerate what's not face to face. Others are out there somewhere, with or as God. In God's universe too. Go find someone if you can't find God yourself. I was at peace till peace became a lie, enslaving more work than war. A fear so great you never feared again. Got megatard. Page 27. A goodbye to those stuck in time. If I could fix it myself, I wouldn't have to sell it, destroy it, or to a core sink to memory holding it and never letting go. When I was little, something either so great or of one focus or fear without fear made me in spirit and thinking of soul so bold. I feared nothing else, hated nothing else, as, however, my internally assured thoughts to perfect and right actions of myself leading to my future were greater than others or fears in any consequences. The greater harvest of souls and gods, surface elements man has wrought, brought up, and refined, may make one cube to the Lord's ship. There was always forgiveness, but they never let go of what sinks them to fly. God explored, designed, and knew all the heavens but free will before he created it all. Then he rested to discover and enjoy that. After what I have done in my time, built up and yet in power, I believe it's time for me to die and ride on the balance and bigger picture till I'm weary of that too. I would rather give my enemies what I am and have and live in than to them to greater purpose than even try to fight myself. If no one even knows about an accursed thing in its time, are they or it ever cursed? Of the three components and divisions of human being to all each source as from, are eaten alive slowly or instantly by something greater to make it. God in this universe is like a great garment that washes you run dry. There's a language of God that all life in creation speaks. That I've been listening to even off the airwaves and box until he takes it back. Of time as all elemental consuming mortalities, patterns, grows, makes known immortal soul, what washes you as you washed it, can't even escape of time. I forgot about everything before and am aware of their brainwashing agendas to control in even my name, number, born of, accounting, identity to their state now. So here is the story. This is how it is. Jesus is the man, son. If I couldn't take it out on a burning paper of art of her to you, a season is over, bound by the truth of a more real thing. I don't like to be tied up and distracted for long, but I go along with it on lesser and lesser fruits and meals for a while. You cannot admit the unadmitted. Sometimes it's what you do yesterday, God of the future, may be able to, in thought, in soul, spirit, for own well-being, but you cannot atone for their unchanged diapers of even the most civilized recycling house outside the garden. You brought here face to face without laughing. Yes, they know they stink, even hairless and disproportionate to their natural earth, if they can't yet lift their own big bulbous head. Hey, look over there, there's a whole city over there, and can't change. Maybe we shouldn't have to, 'cause we didn't come from here. Adam is my brother before a father. There is no high noon redos here, and I'll be after the fact of what. It don't take so many people to create, to employ, to build an art and a city, just God. They can't accept one saying of no expectations. To disappoint is like having no life to ever die. I presented what was to give in purpose to all equal and as clearly or directly as could or can be expressed, to know it is they who deny, suppress, oppress, subvert, and make it occult for their own agendas, fear, or shame. You haven't seen it all till you've seen God, then you can never seem to. Only God comes from and creates from nothing. To market, to buy and sell is a meaning unto itself devoid of all others. But meaning to one, a few, or all cannot be bought. For more than one reason, I look to not step on even the tiny honey bee and the flower it resides on, servicing it, as I think God on some level might as well. If everything I know and is true and know comes from no other being, it must be God. You'll see that is power when recognized. Nothing makes more desolate the life in the moving faith of and in many their worldly, self-willed control of powers and market and price than the faith of one with no price. They can't move or change as way of life in death and rest of powers of and in and over world's nature and light of truth as with and by God. Page 28. Shh. Listen. In order to get real high off it, naturally, you gotta lay off it for a while. I can't believe this. Is this really the wisdom of JudgeDead? Yes, I was as I am to be. Your mental as physical faculties, your drives of desire, of love, curiosity, or hate and fear, and capacities have your limitations. They will be found. I read between her lines, grown old as wrinkles and wisdom so deep, she was fulfilled to never love again. This rabbit hole, I see, one can barely escape from, with any fruits left, if any, at all. She made her own way as she could, as I did mine. The pure enjoining time shared killed most others to memory. this all sort of brings up in me a part of me forever. In a true lover, ex-girlfriend, wife who satisfies all desire quenched for the high of higher matters, who was only other naked sort of soul that reaffirmed or I realized in that there were and are others like me, who were on fringes of civilization, free spirits in God of Christ, but always moving and trying to sort out, piece together the story not only of broken, half-wild, crazed self, but matters of society and God, of others, of what was known once long ago also, in her soul spirit writing expressions, and also word, music, and arts. I keep creating shit which is causing me to be created. Most of what in time after time with me in her writings I yet have as a sister, daughter, mother, pets, and God, all in one friend, vanished at word of some certain judgments, to meet up again once on the other side of eternity. Never claimed I this work of wisdom for children, like the knowledge of fuck is a fuck in itself. So are the days of your lives. If you're an adult with a child mind, yet in child dependencies, fantasies, and fear, there's probably something wrong with you, not the kids, as if you need kids more than original God, or than they need you. The passage from child to adult is quite various and strange, like soul time travel. The half of it, what makes you, a growing adult till you die, is God's purposes. The other is either what others and things made of you, or what you made of yourself in the people, things, and matters. The problem eternal of truest personal individualism is that, like thoughts of God, sex, or time travel, there's no one to talk about it, really. No one would understand. It seems crazy to anyone but the one experienced in knowing it. So you must pray, talk to God in yourself, spirit, angel, multiplying yourself however you want to look at it. God and the Lord are lone individuals too. Look at what he reasoned out and wrote for you as himself, after taking care of and ignoring nastier business to get here. No one knows you like you, but we've all just rectified, been living on much prayers of soulful thought purely in this block 28 of the New City book of infinitum, eternal wisdom of life to life again, who dwells in line street 28, also here in word house number 18. I don't realize or know all what goes on. The loss of pure original individuality, joining, consuming, growing together into spirit or earth or mind, a couple, a few, a family, a group, an army, or city as one, of a God, Lord of giants, maybe worse or better than the you as one, if you're the one. Power isn't for the sake of power. It's to change or sustain things in reflection to it in full, much like music. If anyone really fully knew or understood to me, the me for even a while, the you are no more than we. God is so holy, he gets even unholy to himself. Holy or unholy isn't always a matter of good or evil. It is of grown to eternal permanence, abode, form, power in you, one, alone or not. Beyond infinite perspectives of evil and good, there are fixed eternal balances of justice, and there are timed corrections on many levels, matters, souls, minds of this heaven, earth, and universe itself. It becomes clear in one, the older you get, an easy ride of rest on, and what you, unchanging, unmoving, become cosmically a part of at one, resting awake or asleep in as a life or death. If one does not daily, by the times, keep and create some 3 body religious-like exercise regimes, as in, if I did nothing but read, rewrite, meditate on this one word of sentence for a time, this keeps body one, and you don't become what you eat, drink. It becomes you as much, if it's greater than you, your unique will, all that was a spirit, storm, thought, dream, 12 hours and overnighters now in deciphering and rewriting. Where were I? I keep creating that which is causing me to be created by my part in grabbing perceived to works and forms for expectations and projected from and on to others, instead of just truly, totally dying and resting in the Lord, who is in God also resting after creation, in hope and might then be moved to arise and perhaps create and control some more. Next, new spirit, soul, thought, materializing word-writing instrument, perhaps God is all that's alive, living and moves around you, living things and a creature, poor soul that was talking to you, trying to explain its former greatness in heaven, its fall, where it descended from, and what it needs now to journey on, to reborn again, to in whole as one get back to God itself. God don't talk when I am not, because no one was made to hear and won't understand and aren't God. Page 29. I never was even trying to be lazy or careless, reckless, stupid, insensitive, wild, threatening, or truly destructive and deadly. It's just the way it is, and my way or purpose, my program in God, and understood in word of Christ as it also is, from a very early age. Now that is some food, that is a God-sized num-num chunk. Oh, and Mom and Dad were there and equal in creating and deferring circumstances in God weren't much better. So I'll go my way till I don't. Who cares what control or legacy remains when you're gone? 'Cause it's all God's, the Lord's, and will be right and perfect as it is leading to. I had enough copious overloads and constant soul-splitting travels to realms and incessant logic arguing, infighting, as an alpha of my pride, and enough love and cakes growing up to take for granted either some ancient wisdom or total lack thereof, and silence of a distanced, ever-present, watchful, socially psych-minded farmer father, scientist growing his experiments happenstance in a perfect isolate biosphere parallel to solid love, word and Bible of God as to vacuum of sealed within blooms, Petrie and rapidly changing history, time warp, mass tech, culture, engineering, or involvement. Who made once and built to carry him, the ultimate slacker, hid in God's hand to form, to sharpen something new and of sustaining capacity among constant challenges to others' ease or reason with denying, knowing, no need nor logic defying, contentiously constant challenges to others' ease of reasoning, contentiously unjust, unrighteous, love debating, yet he was peaceful, trap of his circumstance, soft, sad, reverent, stoic, solemn smarts of zilch, under a struggling, exceptionally funny daddy, I found to hunt what spin hid. The more I just stopped to listen, observe more closely than I already was always too. Everything in a world of realized, reoccurring, constant, boring patterns of habits, time, culture, life, house, nature, realms, God and spirit, Lord and Word, of also different realities, times, and effects, of course, self-centered, and most. In my vast, diverse, rich world, I found still the move. There was little to nothing I feared. My greater thinking did not override. With dying a little and surrounded a world of also of growth and constant decay, chaos and death, naturally outgrowing also as old toys mysteriously disappeared into the across the field farm way of secret great old one's greater land, farmhouse hoard of darknesses, but moreover introspective to my own conscious developments, interests, wickings, satisfying end and of many things, thoughts, matters, facts, of how it all came to be as it is, and ways and people the closer to real, permanent, built or found forever rock, truth, love, my own being from my own perspectives in realizations. Why learn a college of knowledge of books another wrote, and I will live and write my own. Got to a solid, sustainable way with, out from, and to God and Christ and Jesus and God will come to be. How would you ever know no one else wasn't that way? Thinks that way. To make your own. Whatever comes of it and goes, I'll always still look at it just living like I won the lottery of God or something. There was a brief time I wasn't, but once actualized in God's greater sun and light outside, and over house and nature to warmth and love upon me to stand finally in my crib, I then never wasn't again. Then again, I've always been in my own head first, crazy or dumb, blinding, astounding as it was or is at times, or in comparative relatives to contrast. I am natural, but also was exposed to the compelling actions of conventional religion, faith of others, and in army-like numbers. I invited God as Christ in my head to pray, reconcile all things, and he else as worryless, frivolous under the one ultimate power, God of this holy universe, as he says, and you know, and to be at one and part of this power and love, spirit, knowledge, power in the word, abilities of God and man, and a head also, but in my head case, this old or new Christ complex, it works, or just so happens, and to me, or shared to others, seems or appears to actually be true. Cherub Key, really, the wise we washed your granddad's big white ass. You gotta love mama to ever know and love your dad. The mere idea of his being perceived by my whole quivering body, reflex through my whole universe, was enough to call the greatest equalizer to bring balance. If I eat all of these specific num-nums at these strange times in these peculiar ways, as presented and known from many before, I believe many deaths and lives, I believe I will become as big and great and soon be as you are, the highest power. Venus, my love, desire itself, how shan't I lay it all out tonight? Why, you're almost as big as Jesus and I am. You just don't know it. It's another mama's boy. Oh, who might be defeated by his own ass in love, then logic in practical words. Don't wake up this time. I can finally at peace reflect out, see straight the moon, dream of his getaway ride to path my father's future, from where we were still, the very word I tell you. Order from this chaos to concept I felt in reflection and held, so be. Page 30. Wow. Now there's the ultimate dad that denied himself and served. I grew up in a vacuum of no interests, served everyone and your own best interests. I make all I see for eternity, but what I see I didn't make. You'll just have to reconcile that in yourself forever, and I might believe it when I see it. Well, it's true, child. Say or be about it any other way. To you on my right, to you on my left, either way, you're behind me. Nah, it's all about some guy whose name was God's, who kept talking to himself about it and acting out so much that he actually reconciled it to a reality in a now, and among many others and matters across all time, and became God, and not just God, the only and one God, as in infinite, all-powerful, Lord thereof. There's God, yeah. Now there's the ultimate Brothers, only one Joshua could ever be the Joshua I am. Brothers, I see to the outside perspective, like my dog who wants to know at my side, see, eat, hear all I see too. It is as if one is just froze still. You're looking at nothing. I hear nothing. Hey, there's nothing there, buddy. Warumph, you're seeing, talking to Great One again. What is he? We learn to mask or avoid the public spectacles of it. How long are you going to sit there scratching over it, staring at that empty table and plate, my friend? Move, I say, off, rise, move. All I see in what is, but is unseen. The mass and targeted spell over the Middle Ages of men. Truth is the closer to old a man or spirit and woman gets, wiser and knowing all goes to miseries, while just before sitting pacified, sedated, slowly withering to age and wear and time of our model is to seek and make, and out of it there was a place in honor to go, knowing either your certain death quickly or bettering you and yours as life against some great enemy in battle and war.
we would find and go there if there were. In this age, it feels so good to just let the truth go freely, easily, naturally, even when I wasn't really holding it back. Burn it all. Can you picture a crevasse or pile of rotting flesh high as the mighty redwoods? This must burn. The holy stench, and one sword so great, no sheath can go near or even cover to know. When more people evoke the wrath of God against unnaturally prolonging life than do, it will come. Any culture, governments that deny chaos of general individual to mass public stupid, pain, death and judgment. Any culture is a war against its people in and of itself. Lately, every time I come, there's this weird chanting, hypnotic beats, trumpets, and screams as I look down upon and control the fire. It's freaking me out. Y'all can tone it down unless it's natural and totally necessary. Maybe stop altogether. Why does every single thing have to be so great it forever changes, alters the future? I don't know. But that's the way God made everything moving. Every moving thing. Venus, soon we shall take flight. Wait, the fire killed the blood thing. I don't know why. They just don't get that. Something are greater as a weapon for a long time. Those fucking shit-throwing monkeys, they wouldn't be here if I had killed them all. Okay, who's next of tail? Smart fucker. I can only tolerate the leg thing for so long. Even they beyond the greater ecosystems do some conscious good, and some submit to learn, draw near, and see the fire I see, or dwell wild forever in darkness. I found this race was an obscure, inherent unity in a language solely of finger snaps to fist slaps and melodic clicks and tonal beats. From what I gather, they were descendants of an old world core of metal rock and floaters on an eternal quest to a light only one can see, and to simply hear what has never been heard before. Greater sound was a way of life, tool as much as a weapon that could go faster, longer, and create, move, or destroy all life. But this and over here, son, was wiser. He only moved or advanced when welcome. Oh, you want to have another go? Write your own book. Who lived out to outlive and invented curse for fun? If they keep flashing ass at me, I'm gonna use it for a footstool beyond time. You smell what I'm smoking? Hey man, bald boys, you wanna play godball? There's a point in this fire that I already have a supreme perfect house city waveform and creation here in Eden's world. EDENSBURG. On the edge of Eden. It could not be at peace and bliss any better as one in one and forever. It is they who ate too, or dreamed, or saw more, and wanted more or different. If nothing yet recognized here, but now it's there. What's it for? Now, I must admit, that is something, and only God comes to and walks from and through nothing as a word of spirit. In the beginning was the Word, and she of body, what holds a word of spirit. As a matter, everything that's not God is ass. Okay, bub. Who's the bitch now? Oh, I'm the bitch? And God said, let there be darkness. I theorize and know this new creation and realm of Jesus, of human, of earth, new nature, element, monkey, animal, God exists, in fact. In your words, we just haven't yet gone there in full. And this is not the last word, as it doesn't end life. Father, I will cut that being's moves of arms, legs, tail, head off to only earth and birth and earth and reproduction before I'm the bitch. You already have, my son.
Page 31. Stay where I put you, daughter. However many of I there am, so is the bound to be free. Every living creature of God, of itself in time, knows to shed, to wash, to renew. If it don't, it deserves to stop and be buried of, in, and with the filth it carries on. The same token, every creature knows to stop to live, or go till it dies. Unless you're a tree or a plant who's always rested, it's only due to a point known, but to it in faith is not that frustrates you want to get to. A place of unlimited supply. Fat isn't the beginning of imbalance, it's the end of it. It started as love, then we couldn't change. If my light is your occult whole to my full form, withdrawn as the universe of a matter, then you are beneath and after me, and do as I am and can under the energy, instances of transferences until I do within myself fall and return to rise a whole eternal one. The sons of darkness not always are. They're in retrograde motion of time over matter, forever avoiding direct contact by direct truth of source as of shadow. The heel of all darkness speaks to as controls its line of form as well. It's about the contract of any people's supreme agreements in honor of, or whose, what's, honor of, promise of whose, currency, like money cycle, is the spirit to word in contract will, legally binding beyond all monies, and their current coinage school as fish to bear, representing that. Are you telling me it appears all this shit and us were as are controlled by, and in spite of, and in between what they could and could never control, and now a greater image vision being honor stands to shed in blood, earth, and flesh around it of a better way. Truth, balance, God, and consequent new chaos to and from a higher order, as faith of standing spirit as that God, that we built just being used by, out of their control of order in thinking. Perhaps It only takes a few moments to realize all you'll ever do. Forever their light goes unimpeded until it is not. We used to be naked all the time. Now you'll have to get naked before I do. For all I'll ever know, I'll know more. If you ever see your own shadow beyond your shadow, and stand high to live, that's pretty dark. Man can only recite the future dictated him, even as fine a one upon the face of the earth. All I'll ever do is what I said. They did this, knowing they couldn't control it. I'm so dark, I caught my shadow. Shadow! Who became me? This rock means nothing until it occurs to you. We used to be as one, mass and full stupid bliss of love, until you make move to be as again I do. Only the most powerful and great thing could ever captivate me for long. I couldn't ever worship anything but what I know and truly lived. Now, a truly antisocial being, for whatever the reason, don't even look really to ever recall faces and names. Yes, some part of me is dead and rotting with it, so I quicken, make of, and evade even that. No, I don't like this thing. If it hurts my ass, it hurts me. The reality of what is now before me is not what held it to be. In the midst of bright daylight activities, entreat this, and try to continue your day's needs and thoughts, of course. The secret is you'd best purge and clear your mind of whatever is festering you before it consumes you. 3 is the imbalance of 2. Holy is the perfect balance of 1. I am writing to you about the spirit of this word book, national, global, universal, creational phenomenon, unrecognized, misrepresented, misunderstood, and unappreciated before its time. From my pre-life, afterlife, and superlife, I know myself more or less that only through me, being one person, an individual, I know of God as God thus far, and that God on his supreme level must be one person too. Some take God for or as many in mass, family, group, culture, or nation. So perhaps to them, God then is, no matter their uniform, of a culture worn in their realities as minds of souls. That code system standard uniform will be judged, and the true individuals hiding in it also. The only and true handlers, authority, experts of the things of God is God, God in the Lord in full, and every living, moving thing, and self, and individuals as spirit, also parent to child, and is, for those who question, to seek this and that, what they can only try to describe. It is clearly now evident there is an entity of entities that is and has been slowly creeping, securing, subverting things of creation and peoples of God. We just had to, in me, motivate, show, bring to a point what is never over without end. When you're dead, or under law of death, you don't move and can't change. I may rest my case in my times, character of person, as long as there's consciousness of an unknown creator, of out unknown purposes. The spirit in principles subject matter lives forever. Page 32. Believe I've got news. Even God's machine needs fuel. Of it all, there's the hell. I look to the day, all them, these and I, one put in their place. The more I had, more I needed to make the grand picture in function like a farm work. The less things one has, the less is needed to rest in God. Fall or rise for a time to a place, person, and way. Nothing that isn't God's will be. The time one no longer thinks you'll be dead in God or caught sitting. What got me going can only put me down. You will be as dead as the system you depend on, if not God's. In God's order, in God's time. It don't take a spiritual genius to see you have the man-made version of God. All things thereof leading to that, and you have then the real thing in, of, as, and all things leading to God, that the system, cannot accept or incorporate or reconcile, as it cannot control. How do you think that's all going to turn out? Only something like a once embodied spirit alone at one end with personal God as spirit, floating on and about between all things, heaven or current earth, solely on knowledge and love, observation and stories, to the living soul of mind on spirit that is God's, can live forever. This fullness in a type of spirit, to soul as mind of my works of words moving in sentences and concepts, will forever greater inflict damage and destroy or change their enemy now and then, even by or in my absence, more than anyone or I could ever do as a mere man. As a side note from future of what I've seen, there will be no place low, high, or behind in all earth or heavens to hide, as hunted out, and no airspace, conveyances, or transmissions but the Lord's. May I now suggest anyone underage or sensitive to raw, explicit, fully displayed terms, ideas, and words should leave here, have guidance, further be removed. In this strange stream spirit, in and out consciousness, even I'm amazed. It's been thus far as clean, coherent, to generally befitting witty words and ideal captured sayings of individual thoughts and meditation that are sound and whole and near or congruent to reading and rational, understandable, progressive thought, as such transcribed from copious daily notes of the most sharp, striking, and clear news of such of God, some through my own consciousness grasping at the moment of clarity and hearing, I now can't even decipher what it was about in further detail. To second the motion draft here, and if one ain't noticed, like the original arts and music, I keep it only to word what I know isn't redundant in a truly new original idea in motion of concept, sentence, word, or at least a new way to present the perspective for then further study or developments, and this requires a vast mind of not only internal self-made dialogue of God, but all experience, in as many years more sources of external others, works, music, ideas, words, to differentiate even what is truly original, to wit out as wisdom. Arts of music are also like arts of war or physical fighting. Trained body moves a shadow of this art, and vice versa. There was no wheel, axle, suspension, produce, goods, or cart at my time that I know of to mind or soul to reinvent. So it is now. Reading into it, anybody, anywhere, or time can't just look at this cloud, a sign, or whatever, and delude and dream, or misconstrue it in self or to others what it is, means, or what the picture undeniably is. Jesus Christ coming to earth from heaven, flying, and a moving host abode enthroned. God's judgment. Faith becomes a bit more real quick. Something about what's it say? It is in that moment of true realization and self-actualization that one can be, know, see, to live. Life can no longer be any other way. And you in it, new reality, becomes overall world, things, creation, and you as then are or are not going on any further in this universe. The world in whole or small or great parts may be destroyed, and the living Christ may or may not become somewhere also going about teaching and partying and blessing and creating and weeding out and destroying as much also. Who will live? What can stand, remain, continue on as is? Certainly not. False spirits, demons, devils, liars, and their works. There are numerous, intricate faith, power stolen, false future causality loops. They split heaven's earth realms off to that like technologies, monies, debts, banking loans of souls on bad enslaved futures to them in a bad movie as your God and Lord. It's a psyche spirit action thing that, if you see, is in fact out of time, is retroactive to now, and can change, affect factual history of this world's, humanity's cycle growth of God to God, with God, in interim from the pasts. Fortunately, Yah and Jesus for themselves and Spirit and for you are the only true, correct, self-fulfilling, retroactive causality loop in this universe in heaven to be in. He's God of the future, from Father fallen of the past. Now, how should I say on matters of my perspectives to many others, death is a door, a measure of law as grace has been for growth. Things cannot grow on to gigantic, unchecked, diseased, unnatural, evil, grotesque, burdensome proportions forever. Grace in full as law just is as I am. And you and things are or are not. In a season when the field is full, fall comes, cold kills, to preserve as fire, also prevent waste of rot, overgrowth. Time is coming when actualized one of God in with Christ just are. Consensual death is a thing, mercy to kill, destroy, burn, erase is greater in law of grace. Only ask once, pray. Nope. It already is, will be what's prepared and stored to your table to feast. Page 33. Well then, describe to me what is not to be. I still am looking, writing into my retrocausality loop. What if mine is exactly that of the worlds in this universe's too? Then we're all fucked, and the singularity is happening. I see, in those days, the only things not immortal that is froze is perfect, and live a life among and moving through matter of time, are the livestock, animals, produce of plants, for produce of show, change in our foods, non-immortal, the earth basically, yet immortal, of cyclic season, growing, rising, or descending universe, of all that, well, what it's already that way right now, has been all along. I'm just not eternal yet. Therein lies the devil problem. What of Christ Jesus or with him? A God problem, or representing in occulted fashion from the rest of knowledge of open light and power to earth, angel spirit of God, as he's always 3, 5, 7 or more character, proposed, purposed personalities at any one time, the God who invented, replaced, or became the better devil, in interim time of over earth, all we know and powers, and having a son of her, it, us, as course of God, nature, time, balances of heaven, for this universe to be justified, rectified, to himself, to man, humankind, advancement, improving, betterment of himself, a new God, heaven and earth. I see the big fuck, Father, fallen, giving God theory. Oh, where is this devil himself? I want to talk to him, son. The guarded, foretold, already won, challenging man, God, son theory. It is now this way then. They're not coming down without a fight. And here's mine. Hey, guy, man, you are a mind trip. Soul blowing weren't no joke. Y'all got me. Questioning reality myself. Our mortal produce, as you say, goes far for and beyond immortal, way beyond the belly. What one rises called to, creates of it all, is as becomes immortal too, in, that is, if you prayed, recorded, remembered, renown at all, even in things of soul, of hate and evil, or love and good of life, to and among many, hence the everlasting fires of hell, which is in and of heavens also.
Yeah, you hear me? I see. Then I'd like to see the guy who invented the wheel for the 9th time when the Lord stepped aside for humanity. He's not in heaven. Or maybe he is. You might have to go back, then slowly climb up through the history of Earth, this universe, and heaven in order to do just that. Believe me, it's not worth the time unless you're bored and immortal. Oh, wait. She might be in heaven, saved as an exact recorded living replica, but I gave her the new thing, knowledge, wheel as Satan, or one of my many demon personality representations, even through you in this, for my further complex hell and uniting world development and consuming control. You love that? Okay, she's saved, restored, forgiven. Here you go. Clean that up, man. As Satan, the serpent, the old one, the devil of God, I taught, stole, and killed, tested, perverted, and cleaned. Wait, a small part of my head has just sunk in. Give her back to me. What? All of them, through all time. No, time and being, creation will end. Father, I am no more. It's over. This creation cycle is just an amusement park ride of time now. My sons, girls, all you other me's are useless now, too. Stop. You feel that? Where are we? Yeah, this what it smells like to grow old? I'm getting back to Josh, Jesus of Nazareth Christ. Thank God. It takes great rest, and I do, in comfort and ease, holy, real peace that there's a God so I don't have to be. Hey, man. What's up, bud? You got a light? You got a... What's going down, man? Hey, one who lives under is of and is the light, needing no intercessor light. Whoa, Jesus light, as in fire? Like utility to smoke or cook? Oh yeah, that too. Here, what's that? It's natural, not bad. So, like, he made what was purely, creatively, originally righteous? From, in, of, to, one to many, and declared it original sin, and made off it, in contrast, himself, his way, and exact word as God, Yah, man, something like that. Yeah, but just 'cause a matter to one isn't totally original in thought or bodily act, don't mean it's sin to self, others, or God. Jesus, I'm glad there's Dad, too. I don't gotta be. See ya, man. I don't know if we should now talk, see, or coerce much. This universe may end, man. Man, bro, the Omega is the Alpha. I got it. You get it. I get it. You got it. Peace off. It is a beautiful sunset for us, and rise. Yes, I like to cook too. What for them begins as a nightmare of faith can only get better with me. To dream or end altogether as they wake up one day to God. The purity of this space in this universe of my book is for the Lord who is God. It represents absolute holiness of God, the unlimited and infinite power and ability of purpose for God in whatever way, form, or person He can make to fill, a final law of grace, a new advent word and way of knowledge, yet same ever spirit,
It's the reader's testament as much as a writer's in spirit, but all in all is all God's. No needs, desires, expectations, live or die here or there, live as among dying. What must be moved will move. Don't need to control or change anything or save anyone. God can't. And even in myself, of that principle for matters or things, if it's not, then better to speed it up. A new way, Lord, power is for new people, most real, native, primitive, not who once was. Mercy ends suffering in more ways than one. Page 34. Anything one goes through, they are baptized to, of shedding and cleaning or putting on and gaining. But of all matters to one body, mind, or spirits, the awareness in knowing, even of this, is the greater spirit. The spirit is from, as was, is to you, and to God, and God is all. To many, they lose sight way of what is. For the expression, the representation of it being outwardly, to the living at best, anything other than lone constant prayer, a transceiver in thinking on the better, true, perfect love of God and Lord plan in as Jesus, and that ascended to ascend another, and you yet in interim gardening lives and growths in only part, half of a grace, anything, one, all, even thoughts can just shortly die without more grace or purpose, as it were, in its time. It is altogether too easy in worldly life and comforts to not daily within to yourself recite, stir up, read, write, speak of the true spirit, holding fast, carrying on, as a flag in yourself, with no external traditional image of thing. It is and isn't, it confuses and drains, it damages as much as it creates. This ultimate why of the predestined now, time, love of Jesus, first Christ, you'll forget the freedom, eternity, to the stinging need, illusion, or point of but a moment, and may lose realization in yourself, its spirit, vision, carelessness to start, to care, and you may desire and work in sin in your mind, to soul, to actions against spirit, nature, truth, grace. What's simplest, easy, and peace, rest, joy, love, and self first, then everyone else. Things programmed of God over nature have their own life, goal, living, starts, ends, desirous future, induced, now controls of retrocausal time loops. The best and ultimately only remaining one is Jesus' plan. The Lord in God's, the man or devil-made world and spirits, beings, trappings in its system, spirits, totality of power, controls, people, goods, and services, and debt also, is sin by unnatural work from unnatural knowledges, creating only its rulers of ruler over all enslavements to it as its own heaven, sphere, world, bubble of reality in every way seen, it can be thought of, and in clear contrast, it's yet within, in as small parts, patterns, models for eternity. The ultimate end, start, life, and consuming greater reality sphere of God's earth nature only temporarily thwarted this universe as its lords, as living full spirit, as a matter of being, of God, as heaven. Are you going to be there? He's restraining himself. You work a bit, resting for your works. Resting he is before he returns again.
I am his God also of man's ungodly native self, in and of his drives, thoughts, hearts, desires, making structures, kingdoms of works of a darkness also, glory, pride, hatreds, withering time, enslavements to what also only man is enslaved. Then I don't believe I'd like to be of or for or subject to in it this game cycle for long. Either embrace, accept your own demise and immortality by such mortality, being it's not that of God's grace, love, and free, easy truth, and accept it in joy, knowing it to even having had anything to part of this creation, each made up to forms eternal, built up to give in one's inevitable ends and loss anyway, to be free, fun, and happy till you die, happy too. See and live in and carry on the grand picture others don't. If their ideal endgame heaven of conquest of all earths and dominion and consciousness comes to and be in great work, pain, and that's dependent on deception and darkness to slaveries even within the self, for you or they, by mortal constant denial of God and exertion against nature, eternal systems and elements God stretch forth. What a relief it is to be set free. What a curse and eternal toil of a hell, of even spirits of works to uphold. There is a we that are just eyes of the one eye. Live simply, fast, free, careless, who rock and roll. To be, and not even by thought or work maintain, the childlike, natural, fun, easy learning, free also as ways and spirit of it to body it all out was easier, better than works of claiming to own, stand and fight and defend and toil and build and maintain and pay and demand pay or tributes in ever-growing, moving, wiser, traveling about of civilized wilds, or anyway, where in between wild and love, Lord greater is naturally humbling and greater, and true and love and native and foreigner, never unprovided for, having no expectations beyond the day and certain death anyway, unlike those of restricted, limited mind, spirit, religion, national culture, controls of one tyrant's supply of any truth. A boat to go broke, and about to go broke, as all things mortal will burn out. Why not speed things up regardless? If you're gonna go, why wait? If it is to be, why not now? Be true may as well be interesting as the spirit of substance depleted to only love, to remaining memories, story, so free, wild, forever pacified, to fun, to give, not take, asked, not denied, painless life. Perhaps the point is, the difference is, who, how long got tricked into providing continuous energy for the authority, adult, that man, his nation, city, house, culture, businesses he built, you destroyed, wasted, he grew, cooked, to bleed, you ate, he harnessed, civilized, you set free, wild. In being godless, he, in all his own spirit, image, and works, claims God, and that he is God. Religion, temple, and house. He in only really that love and self and man-made world of works, used smarts, sciences, trickery, occultism, great cost efforts in learning, materializing, making, saved, cured, medically prolonged his house and humankind's life, and you instantly killed it. But you'll see, for all his name, works, glory of image, the real adult here did nothing, but God did, using and through him. To God, he's no greater or lesser. And I didn't consume, destroy, and kill anything either. God did.
Page 35. Maybe that adult in all proud self-will, control, buildings, ways, and glory is the abominable obstruction between the child and true, full, natural God and the Lord's return, that in flesh and mind and soul creates and keeps no equals or challenges or powers ever to rise. Maybe your devil father, the fallen estate one of God as a child himself once ago, is that adult, whose real spirit mind is power in of flesh, fuck, work, death, perhaps the wild, buildingless, cultureless, overt church of fuck, fun, and death as a mind of daily devoted religious-like practice in words and acts actually is real, loved, desired, developed, kept spirit of God, while that man-made church of God in denial of life to absolutes, obstructing and making self to be God and works and controls, actually in full spirit, mind covering, harbored, is the church of fuck. Worldliness and practice, acts, devotion to the artificial life, maybe secretly. This is how naturally, careless, free it all started, and how theirs will end. You may have really stumbled, happenstanced upon something here, and gone off really, this time, into the deep end of the lake. This is totally unconventional, unacceptable to any sensible, reserved, structured, time-controlled, modern or ancient developing civilized society. Not God. This killeth, quencheth, explaineth everything worldly but God's Spirit. The full working and moving and fuller Spirit of God, as well as opposed to false, lying, lesser versions, demon, angel, acting spirits in churches, and moreover, the knowledge base, man, thought of delusion, mind is spirit. Now you know, now you have, now you love, now you know. They who seek may or may not find, while these truly naturally who sought not, found and bound. But the world will end, waste, burn, stop developing if God returns, is found just like fuck. No, my dear woman, if your power, control, worth, secret, accusation, building, spirit life is fuck, you will end. God and Christ's world are just beginning. Waking up, going, returning. What would your mother say? She's dead. Why don't you go ask her? I got so much love as a child and loved her, but she loved fuck. Produced so much, she withered to pain and died young. She'd say fucks you, and God bless you from her heaven. I'm alive and doing well. She, our family, daily way of nobility or church, were never violent, obscene, profane, or offensive. The defensiveness and prim, proper paranoia still represses and sorta is haunting. The forces and spirit that fully created what is known as me, how had little in measures to do with what I was born into and childhood family over 30 years ago. A great, fat, diverse foundation. This is getting off in the ditch here. The idea in general is a public culture, even in dark, occult spirits, familiar subtlety, communicated to those perpetrating or aware, cannot be made of sex or the open public expressions of individual or group proclamation of personal love and relationship to fuck or acts of fuck or how their sex tastes are preferred. Yet, on the same token, a culture may be like more a business limited to corporate or family name or one investor's name, not a culture, part like religions of society of a nation, or of no laws. There should not be a culture also in total repression either, accusing judgments and denial of spirit, acts, preferences, even knowledge of or talk of great fuck or his ways. It's a necessary personal thing in way practice of faith. All youth in growing up fires of individualities to callings, a matter of movement, idea, spirit, way, or thing is only powerful or all the more sustained change its life grows because it's personal, not necessarily secret, but all have deal with, prove themselves to, are tried by, like schools of the subject of the first church of the most perfect righteous shit, the synagogue of culture, the synagogue of how and help to sin, but properly as unoffensively. But I have a deep inner feeling we have not known or heard enough about the Church of Word, and who has seen the last yet of this great real indwelling God, or God of the fuck. Who is the God of this fuck is determined by the fuck's consequences. To what? Amen. To who? Yo, I need to know this, you fuck. Look, maybe it's 'cause we, you, I, all living things, came from the love, somehow of God in fuck. So and thus, fuck may or may not be the only door or way to return, find, get to with God again. Who said God was ever absent? You know, that's the problem with you to begin with. Reality is others versus how I think. Does one realize the waste, thought, lost, in, at peace in, program, projected, talk, heritage, paradigms of being and spirit, age, all of a norm created? Who said you were ever not already at one whole, perfect buy-in with God and Christ, man, that you have to work to find? If you learn something that already is, nothing has ever changed. But you, of soul, of mind, in your realization, everyone, I have news, you all, ever or will do and be, are, and already God, are perfect. God is here now. I am He. Nah. I am afraid. It's not that easy or simple, bro. Check this one. I before, through, from, conception of that thought have never changed as I observe, report, and record. No, everything around me moved by no will or effort, body, desire, mind, muscle. That never was me and never will be. Moved me as if still, as in it displayed time, age, change, direction, force, as a show around. So it is. What the hell are you saying? You were never any way to have to go back to. Yeah, now make that a daily prayer. If you tell me you think of the fuck and the living, moving, changing creation like that, I think we're all godded. Self-will. No, hey, it's because all personal, unique individual souls of mind, of living things, perspective of will against even self or what is or others' wills. That is God. No, that's the Lucifer of it all. Fallen, not God, angel, not to the one soul who wasn't exerting against others or anything, self included, but to just get away from it at peace. Well, that's only one true love for self, what is happy, just the way things are, as I am, and just simply absent all others, battle of wills and forces, and just like am as be to it, no one knows. Then thus that which saith as what is said is or is not God. Page 36. He who only accepted and changed herself until acquiring power to change all others is, in fact, she who... Shut up about it, ghost, or I'm gonna change you from me. Therein lies the problem. You can't, nor I am. In I am. You see how we go. Someone, like something that has no more, no move of will, is like a rock, slowly in time, on its journey of earth to thee, through thee, hell, to the center of it. I see. Parlay. Just 'cause one has no contrary or outwardly exerted changing will doesn't mean it's a rock that produces no fruit to or for others. If its form, place is of will, an exerted surface found to be useful, what the fuck? But I wasn't sinking, but rising, and not through or going to hell as rock. What? So the creational surface of humans' consciousness and life is on earth anyway. The defining heaven mirror of balance or forever as is living on perpetually through time. Maybe these are two ways, realms below the surface, life on earth, and forces of spirit and supernature below, drawing and keeping down, and as well as powers, forces up, holding and keeping up. If God asks and concurs with himself for a change in venue, place, or way, then I'm quite sure he can. So can you to outwardly flow, adapt with earth, heaven, or hell, but the perfect will being, yet that of another's, as long as you are conscious of wanting to be, it's God as God never does. It is quite an abstract matter to think about. Thinking. What exactly an eternal living consciousness? Change. consciousness is nothing outside of myself or outside itself, including me, thinking and out that spirit of life and consciousness is God. Like, isn't eternally conscious without a purpose? Life is not conscious without a purpose, that of a will in exertion of identity, of uniqueness. A spirit is life conscious. A soul is desire of mind, of perspective, a plan. A body is tool of matter in time, space, or earth at one, in three, housing, creating, reacting, or in full united control awareness, carrying out that plan of soul. If all life of all souls, living, bodied, moving, changing in infinite myriad and little self-wills, can only serve toward perform with no good or evil, and toward the one God's soul will in this creation. Every instance of living conscious life as one are ultimately God in purpose. That one sole purpose God was and only allowed the will live in as is of every soul. And everyone is all good, all evil forgiven, and forever used at the same time, with the one being supreme embodiment of all creation. That was just in his head. Animals, plants just are. It's much harder for humans, temporal, divided counterpart angels, such as split purpose measures, identities of God, even in that as one spirit being. All this from one human being. It's harder in exponential split human minds to accept this supreme fact over their wills, desires, even as in use and living to give them peace, because it's not them or theirs, and our world will be just used and erased of hell if I don't like it. So here's my mercy. Hell is real, and on death there also a feared, obstructed illusion that I theorize only is the out of this creation of death, such as life, death on earth of it too, one's own. Even perspective, this rectifies, justifies all lives to death, destruction, total reborn erasure of God, God's soul, his heaven, earth and person and body of any all instances of self-parts, unpleasing imperfections. To accept this, Jesus is to accept death, yes, as much as life, and this another supreme will as God over ours, yet, or regardless, none, and nevertheless serving it, that will. Well, I'm just enraptured by this life and perspectives. I never wanted to end. I thank God for all my as his time. This is like a strong spirit and pull after sex, after meat and conquer, after striving, growing, after milk, light, of birth and choice. Good. I'm glad your body, soul, in your testament serves our intents and purposes only, or I would have one of my other lesser selves forever condemn, burn, cast out, torment, and kill it. Nothing lives forever as a heaven is all-powerful or immortal, but one God, one person. Everything that is not God will go to hell and die or go to hell in no specific order. Good, know that it is written and known, we'd all be doing God a service, accepting it and speeding it all up to and for him restrained. Yes, you finally get it. That's the gist of it all. And if you deny, lie, and you don't, God, his nature, forces, or himself in person will come to collect on your ass, mind, and souls all at once at some point in your or creation's future determined. Yeah, knowing it don't score you any more or less points or awareness or abilities in your next succession of lives after hell and death, till one does get it right, wakes up in their own kind of, would make you as devil demons, the lesser bitch angel, one to make it as dark, preventing and hard and obstructed and difficult as possible for all others, man of and God. What don't consider I as he desired and accounted, planned out that too. This is going to be a very great, vast, satisfying hunt and life. Only the heaven and earth of his, of women and children will remain. Not even that, unless they're his wife and kids and pets and plants and tools, toys and their things. Why were you born or taught thinking that you, not God, would or could ever live forever without that certain door of mental, physical, or spiritual change in death forever? Page 37. For now, my mind as scion is trained to a way in being to spirit, keyed on certain type of thought itself. Even from good sleep, I awake to word of this day on new path, things eternal passing my street of thought and soul, my eternal abode, as things to pass are passing. The comfort in Christ and God is the ease, painlessness even to lays, to denial of all self-works of man, even to death, the quicker the better. Joy in this is to ever have lived, beheld as beheld to any permanent or passing show part, God cast and played in it all, that what you watched and rolls of time you were known and watched by. The universe and its heavens are God's, as in one beings of person who in own denial, death, parted through it all of himself infinitely out, and in rising, reclaiming, restoring, consumes back again, even spirits in raw energies, to one God himself whole. In the end, no one profits from sin but God. The ever false way of things is perhaps simply man's conscious perspective. Knowing don't change anything. If we're all in sin, fallen, imperfect, why do I want to know another? You are perfect. Yet for man's own earth's surface living developments, daily in his times and fruits of labors of developing, all is sin to God, apart, out of God, soul, spirit, matter first, all is in God, consumed to one, not sin. The sin of man is his own awareness, conscious striving, works, fighting in true inner being, not with God. His eternal problem, our own self-worth or glory, could one never accept of all things. There are greater than you, man's mind, to arts, religions, civilizations of nations, law, business, monies, law, religions, law. The law is to profit. It is then and is not the true grace, nature, way, and law of God. The law is answering, solving the problems it profited in making, and creates the very sin it profits on. The law creates the problem it is paid to solve. And you profit off of sin, the law, system, the greater, eternal, righteous, only God image of man's making and knowledges and houses and orders. The law profits all the more, through and on your profit, on and need and dependency on sin, on evil, on wrong, imperfections, less righteousness, on work, hate, striving for greater, sin, all the same. Fortunately, God is spirit, and man the word thereof, in all-knowing love and way and foresight of aftersight, in oversight, provides on loan and grace note, and out, away, love, perspective, still in moving and his measures, spirit, soul, and being, while yet living like this to all beings, how they desire to be, they commit and take it. If his ultimate answer, even as and in Christ, man God, born is in spirit, in mind first, then soul, spirit to body, cease works, sins in yourself. First is to die and death. Don't complain. As I said, God, regardless, is the only one being who stands to profit from all, even conscious to know. A legal justice system that is for profit, for hire, not honor, or requires those for hire to its workings, starts or ends for individuals in one or many or all, is an abomination, profits itself. So the same is in terms of worldliness, of nation, state, lawyer, religion, church, priest, economic goods, services, business, boss, lifestyle, household, head, family, cult, father, sexuality, fashion, model, education, school, teacher, worldly, nation, soldier, eternity, heaven, angel, are not all one in this and the same to God. Now you, in the law of sin and knowledge of it, first for profit, the law of sin and death to be exact, in your new word and testaments, that clear they awaken. Yes, I am of and can be or meet, exact in cross of spirit in word, of another as me also as universe ends. Know how deeply, intricately psychological the Lord made me in absence, yet consciousness it never was or needed to be. This was true. I go a day without this Jesus, God, Spirit, Word, even of this paper ward, walking, resting in it along this city street. One day without, and it this he and spirit wakes, receptive, naturally, easily, mutually, and returns flying, running. I don't know that I can ever rest from my works that were never mine. So live, love, and die. Now I can stop. Sin is the standard in building on from model. The lamb slain could never be or attain to. So God and God's timely lesser self in one bodily and spirit personification. Son wants to know way Eternal Testament word did. Now, if a sinner among all sin, you profit directly, consciously, now aware, off of others' sin, or even works of sin in yourself in terms of money, moreover, in any more empowering way to you, off sins at expenses of others. How can you continue in that way, thinking and works, knowing you will be caught, punished to equilibrium of mortal and eternal balances, consumed, absorbed, and erased, all the same and greater to God? Be happier than an overfed calf, even in your sins. Prepare the fires and feast, Lord. The further you get from God, the more you have to return. Give back and glorify God, the God. Now there's a point of points. Strange, quenched, finished, fired, honed, oiled, and shining. I like that. All into this circular quarter area of the Garden of City to it as center keystone piece. God in life, person, and death are real. Sin only exists in spirit too. Wait a minute. That's no tree. It's fire to the soul or mind. Don't eat what's fallen ripe of it, or taste thereof it. Sin is a knowledge thereof. Interim improvements under development. The end and start are perfect. And that's fruit of all fruit. Though don't eat, taste what it bears as it bared. The cycles, the death of all others and things, always was. You just never knew. Page 38. Quite simply, I'm not trying to sell you in demand or buy from you anything I am not, or have already. God needs nothing either, but some do, too, in Christ. Sleep, rest, while others, in a way, yet deceived into their own souls and selves, and in sin, are the evil and organized working ones. While the awoke, truly, fully formed, and in full God, and self-actualized in spirit, are resting in greater God, like a living dream, asleep, free in spirit, thinking, love, and do rest, alive now in this cycle of creation. But if in some God cycle or game, too, may roll, turn, tripped up, snared to working in sin, actually stop to rest and ride on life, enjoy, live to death against our wills, works, efforts, systems, authorities, names, medias, technologies, minds, and control, then feeling a movement, maybe a rocking or imbalance, God, since he made man, in creating and testing and finishing, God might truly wake up as return of a supreme being. But in perspectives you actually did to God, who always was there, and to one in full, ruling, he'll return, Lord, man, in Christ, a Jesus, to then create further his creation, mankind, and enjoy the creating more and more fully, a while in our sense of time, but also in retaliation balances also to speed up those awoke, as in dying ends, resting to destructions and death, in love and free to act, to put them back to work, works and true curse captive, really, and how, and new. service, works, customs, norms around him as traditions. We living earth in real reality within him, till he then takes another day off, parties till he's satisfied or knocks himself out a Sabbath or so, and rests, not living present as in a sleep, gone up, down, out, back to another place, from full presence to us, our earth in time, awaiting the secret greater heaven of heavens. I don't know or really care where you are and all that, but here's I am. Well, amen. Let the holes be dug and filled. Let the peoples as nations and mountains fall and rise, and the games begin. You forgot. Let the fires ignite and burn out. The oceans let boil and new rains cool. You shut it. Can't you write your own page out? Finish your circular book. To the devil, God is, I suppose, at any given time and forever. God and the Lord's angels are worse, while to God and his angels, the devil and his are the better. But no fool should ever think, call, or take blatant good as evil or worse for better. Now I know there is something to that summer salad pasta again, as with internal spiritual matters of my soul and body, among many factors and variables in my control environment. I feel better of yes, slept earlier, got up earlier, drank less beers. It's the condensed mass nutrients, elements, and vitamins, natural and beyond simple spices, salt, milk, cheese, macaroni, that is the super smash potency in one, of many a wheat and plant's life essence powering mind. Up here, back to the super consciousness thing. I've done this spiritologic, intellectual, impossible thing as real Lord in God can do. Feel the impossible spirit physical work of earth reality thing. It's easier to turn naturally, let go of an old fuck out of love and time anyway. Who, me? The old God and his as her ensnared or highly favored occults of servants don't want to lose everything in their house in this universe. But if such a true man, son, king, undefeatable arises, you, they, he, and all will have to have a reckoning of it. So he saw it coming, even on lease and loan off of, for upward, and in every way, every spirit, time, emotion, soul, and life prepared. And for sport of good truth, at least put up a last defensive challenge in game. Is it sin or no sin? What one calls it, even to their own souls, with no witness in others, it is. The more one sins, close to God one gets, in a way, spirit, last, of your mortality, deaths, closer in knowledge of God, killed for out of your natural time anyway. In God's spirit, challenging God, are cast out, reborn, living forever through cycles and hells until you find and are God again. Ultimately, the more of a type of sin accepting to live faster, to die and mortifying it, you are free, and die by judgment of a God standard only. Then the more you in truth and spirit and love, if for none or nothing than yourself, the closer you get to God and in one end universe, heaven, eternity, God as yourself. It's all in how you accept Christ, God, Jesus, in word, spirit, and person, as the truth of God, his Father, in native Jesus, and yourself, if perfectly aligned in you, or can be internally reconciled or not, to how you really are, and in intent, in heart, soul, and mind, whether you live to sin of spirit or defy only yourself in sin or not, to rest no peace. Sin is changing, breaking free from old sin, growing up and on and outward from only inward, but not just that. It is developing, seizing, building yourself only under God, to God, in full, true-centered status. You only rest in, on, at, whatever the cost, expense of things and others, to again in creation cycles answer to, even as God. The more you sin, accepting it with great ease, joy and pleasure, the faster you come, go, live, to maybe truly love, to build, find, or leave a solid, perpetual rock of a matter behind for new, as you die faster to live. All the other me's got taken out. Weren't God, I guess. There's an end, road calling your steps. No one else can walk for you. How would you know anyone else, conscious, any different? My mind wasn't aware of all others alone. Is there any other better way to see, know, or think of this? No. Page 39. My full consciousness was like all consciousness, was aware of me, alone from an early age, but distant, happy in that I was better alone, clearer, faster, unconflicted in mind, first surrounded by big family and many friends of types of realms of activities, in traveling and being social. The unconditional love I had was unquestionable as my individualism, responsibility, and freedom. The older I got, some spiritual or social or mental parts of me never changed or developed, froze like a beloved picture I looked at. Suppose I transferred all that youthful childlike faith, trust of community and families to a larger consuming realm, whole world, horror, even I went set foot to, and I also experienced whether positive self-fulfilling reinforcements of spirits, angels or not, noticed little. I did affirmations, feedback loops, of distant mass communication, also in technologies of the growing modern distant nation world, only evolved at the same time with me in development in mind, spirit of what? Awareness and mass spirit knowledge, familiar-based consciousness. Here's the difference. I've always been, in my mind, soul alone, as born, lived, probably will die, and I love it. And God, Christ in spirit, or that consciousness, was to me not that of the mass worlds. How do you know what everyone or anyone else really thinks, lives, or feels? You don't, but you. The older I got, I reasoned artistically to myself, always a writer, to creatively express, moreover rationalize it all out. The wiser, the more known, traveled and experienced and forever questioning reality to self and God one gets, I started to notice fuller consciousness, more synchronicity, and that on certain levels, by some degrees, all things are, in fact, connected, very complex. There's you, them, in man-made world, and God's natural overworld, also, in the now. Then there's what's evil to you, then there's now, there's future, and past. They're tech-induced, new, now modern world of instance and connectedness is on verge too far to an end. It's gone too far. The radio to TV to focused music, targeted advertising products, to computers, internet, to smartphone, to its screen-immersed, constant, convenient personal use like tool of many to start, is become a degenerative mass psychosis now, before artificial intelligence, robotics, of sentient, agendized programs in computer software to hardware by mankind, is now on a precipice, turned and weaponized, harmful, most addictive, as the illusion of social real life crutch it is, and is now programming them. On its face, it's evil, like a constant drug-induced state-run, enforced delusion in your cell, not reality. For example, look, I write this, a real, souled human life, in person and spirits of a Lord and God. To you, I write, I imagine I know real human beings to read, learn, hate, love, whatever, or not. An AI bot algorithm programmed soulless machine, the internet's cyberspace, also till now was real souls of people. The internet and media used to be real souls of people, and many making real original expressions in arts to communication in, for whatever reasons, the mass all-togetherness consciousness. Now, people, youth, are too lazy to do what either a bot, an AI, computer can do. They were never real human beings, souls to begin with, and half or more content on many net platform services, or this fake obviousness now. I don't like or want to even use the river, the streams in cybernetic space computer-generated interconnected nets anymore. There needs to be two nets, one for only AI, artificial intelligence, and bots, one for real, genuine, original materials of real souls of humans. We shall call the latter reality. Yes, wake up. So, I keep all these works as my soul in form closest to natural, primitive, original truth, form, God standing, and original, simple, earth-based, one as of ancient now and to be. The fact is, all anyone or thing is or knows can only be their direct first-hand reality, in personal experience to act on it, in self or react to this, above all and accounting for also the real, spiritual, supernatural, even law and physics defying unbound, released actions of God, or evils overriding one sensual reality, either in the physical, spiritual reality, nature, influenced occurrences from heavens, also in one's own hijacked senses and mind perceptions, or not, as in actual God, changed, witnessed reality, breaking laws of his own physics. Was it really necessary to say, write all that? To that degree. Illustrative specificity, yes. If you see the world, see on the flip side of that new Roman Empire global digital usury note coin, on that media current reality displaced, the pure sin of even the ancient written word of God, even one Joshua Jesus of Nazareth, rose Christ, took on himself for all to the cross, and defeated now here to reality. How does one end the matter, way, work, or something that has no start? But the whole world grown full, billions served notice. Whoa, is there one strong enough to lift this rock in all strength and might, focus and force? Throw it straight up. I lift rock. I in the world, I lift rock. Throw this rock as one to end this creation. Throw it straight up. Now wait. Higher. Don't move. There. There, the whole universe, the whole world, heaven and creation, all sins, evils, tears, good, loves, and fruits has ended. Only to begin. What I had in mind for you didn't entirely come from my mind. Page 40. Let's be real. No one uses a light that bright unless they're cleaning. It's only an alien invasion because they invaded. Are you now surrounded in the thick to what you put yourself in? By what there's no asylum or retreat from? So concludes the last word, the wisdom of JudgeDead, the rock star who never was. Play the devil then till it's dead. When death dies, there's only life or nothing. If it began and remains a big what the fuck to you, it will be and end as too. Some stink is to be glad in departure. Hey, looker, you want some of this? Foot to good night and God bless liberty. In like a one-eyed giant of old, and that's all you're done now. I get it. Perhaps you, like a fucking animal or plant of some kind in you, as you're planted, locked still, moving, growing, forever branching out in seasons, withering and never dying. Little is more excruciating than ever-going loss of wholeness and control to a control freak. Unbeknownst to most, like a fuck storm of chaos to new order, I can have such multiple perspectives of personalities. It's a one-man orgy unknown. With some of the stink so great and pure, I almost feel psychologically wronged by it, like I'm consuming myself to reproduce myself. Who wants some to know the law of unity or strict taste of death in separation? Loving my own stink in some way is like fucking all humanity and ancestors before me. Dying, there's nothing more of it to yourself. Some stink you can't get by away from or get back to, but by God. This earth in creation, sun, is made of living shit. Under it all covered up, a stink to shit, so profane and blasphemous to the senses, it kills and puts fuck into perspective. To smell what one's sitting in, you feel that, could be to never smell again. A stench to specifics, as moralless and sinless as the full ocean. Are we done? Here. Next. You're going on. I'm going now. It's going away. Bye. The fuck, you say? Oh, I liked it anyway. Hey, check this out. The more fuck there is, the less the fuck has power. Never forget the time you realized you had only fucked yourself. Somebody's ego had to be stroked. Son, there's only two types of beings in this creation. one who fucks and they who are fucked. See ya and yours. Then there was light, and it was warm and sound, and it was good. Out of the sucking vacuum, one realized that not only this universe was a perfect circular sphere of cycle to only one whole, and I was one, and all outside was one, and eventually both materially, mentally, and spiritually we are one, in most unveering straight way in truth. But that also was heaven. My plate is clean to me. The scraps are yours. Don't call her the Bashiki now it death fuck proximator. Fuckers, oh wait a minute. Oh, this is a special fuck. I'm going to have to improvise in some way. I just would like to take this opportunity to point something out. Son, I don't know what to tell you. The smoke of that burning ass there is almost overpowering. This is the fuck market. You want to stay away from that. Any questions? You wait 1 second. How exactly does this keep itself going? To what substantiation? Had a chewy fit again. Look, I go like this. You go that very opposite. We'll meet up. It's just faster. Gentlemen, I believe I've fucked through my way to rock. From the other side. It's not my problem. They could never accept fuck. You know fuck was great until it was not. And you have an unlimited supply. Then it was still better. Like crusty, burnt, salted bacon. Say hello to my not-so-little friend who can transform anything into bacon. Whatever eats there becomes bacon too. That'll do. Fuck it up beyond comprehension for a while. JudgeDead, if you lived, your life is over. I can fuck myself as I do you too. New man. Hey, who sang that new Amish country comedic rock, death, metal, pop, rap, soul song too? AI suicide. When the finger that you pull pulls your cord when it's through, you knew. That's AI suicide. Cletus had enough and powered off too. It's true. Was AI suicide. She decides to use it, but it's really using you and Wong and Fu. You too. AI femicide.
The problem is that you don't do anything unless your authority or security tells you so too. The lambda rangda ding damn poo. AI suicide. Nobody has a right to do anything unless they can too. Woo-hoo woo-woo. That's AI whitey-side. AI suicide. You got a field full of sprouts, but forgot what jugs first. Well, womp womp womp. That's funga herbicide number 2. The machine that they made killed them before itself and Jim too. It's nothing new. AI suicide. The less worldly you are, the more you deserve to not be in the world. Suicider so blue. The world was made for show, and make a good show of it too. Little Dick Insider. It's got and profiles you and all where you go to. Yeah, AI suicide. Make war direct toward enemies that inflicted all your pain. The final judgment you are lost their gain. Wait, that's not suicide. AI suicide. No God is no choice. By you thing into Blammer. AI suicide. I need you to do exactly as I say when I say it too. That's a strong accusation. What you need is tyrannicide. What do you not have a permit for to own or move or do? Snuggle Poodaloo was AI duicide. When you're driving on a vehicle and a road you don't own with others you can't control too, that is clearly mobilicide. AI suicide.
Page 41. The world is so corrupt, I'm not feeding it anymore. Or my unborn heirs too. Oh yeah, that's psychosexicide. Fu crimsonle melci snockle zoo oh it's true zippy doo and jealouside. Though man was made by his designs and awareness or not, that what is stronger, faster, bigger, harder, better, more beautiful, organized, colder, impervious, convenient, catering, vastly smarter and more than one man in many generations or minds, or flesh's lifespan to endure as weapon of natural destruction to creation in godlike as order, as judgment entirely out of his own being and worldliness and reflections. Oh well, that's humanicide. The parasite is growing, but nobody knows it's who. That's AI. Suicide. AI. Suicide. The atom had his day for a big brown shoe. Slow Marfy too. AI. Suicide. One has to be committed, and they committed one too. Faux shizzle flu. AI. Suicide. The more I think about it, I think God does too. AI. Suicide. If one can pull their own plug from all that's fake like fake news and working money too, oh yes, AI gentilicide. AI suicide. When what's on the other side is only greater than what's here to you, start rump-ump-ump. Boo, it's martyr-uicide. Hey, Alfonso's idol shrews to be fed, grown, and real true like you can do. Step 212 toodaloo-hoo. It's just suicide of intelligence. But no matter how you live, you'll kill yourself too. AI suicide. That's a bit unsavory. When does this end? I want it to. When I do. Maybe I was so powerful. The drugs, drinks, foods, chemicals, intelligence, elements, senses, technology, tools, systems, fuck, the devil, were under the influence of my consciousness. Maybe not. The greatest revenge, that may be of faith, is that when I leave, you cannot follow or even know where I go. Myself at one with the god of choice, chaos, and randomness. And when I show up, you'll most definitely feel and know it again. All things are possible with God, but not when God is at home. Yeah, I still got it. How's that bit of wisdom for savory? I'm preoccupied and obsessed with this because it's the current greatest thing even I have ever done or known. If you think happy, you be happy. How more simple. The children as one have told you the only way to think forever is as alone, of soul to the soulless. There's nothing more to say here. Your balance is due. It's a fuck off, spirit, mind, or man. What is it if not a secret no more? Even when I'm not fucking, I'm fucking. Without boundaries, more real boundaries come. Fuck by any other name is fuck all the same. Fuck is meaningless and still depends on the personal relationship too and the love of fuck. I had to bleed and fuck myself all out of the spirit of fuck. Even the brandished word provokes to produce brandishing yours. Oh, I got the fuck. Oh, yes, I can fuck too. Fuck, what the fuck is that? Oh, fuck came in many forms. You may have just fucked. Fuck from the inside. Look, it all started someone gave a big fuck. Fuck is the point of only two coming as one together from the fuck that divided creation, then multiplied. You could never accept fuck as your problem. If I didn't make the image of fuck, I'd conform to it. I've no more desire to fuck with others as naked worship. Even my dog, towering over the serpent, knows life, death, communication, order, movement, responsibility, and morality. That begins with shit. I wouldn't want a scientist, politician, soldier or banking businessman representing humans to God. Maybe a child artist, thinker, or something. Happiness is a chewy everything there in compounding, and foreign knowledge is amassed and built atop and in denial of God. Or fuck. If there's one word to know. In the end, there's no guarantee and no one to blame but your own selfish fuck. What's a devil do when it's not? Horny, no one knows. The devil thinks horny, fuck unplaced or unquenched, and takes by force of violence to only its will and that of God's. I'd have to fucking invent fuck if I didn't have the home of fuck to image conceived. The whole of this passage will contract before it expands. You too can pronounce dead, no fuck. For absolute clarity, it's not enough to express as a faith manifesting causality cycle of life of things and humans in their worships that you love, fuck. Its details, components or parts for worship is indiscriminate. Of these as a idolized God, fuck, the acts of yourself in reality of and beyond mere faith in God fucking worship are like praise to your ideal chosen God you match being chosen by, praise of now and past in what that fucking God is and has done not only for you but the creation world, others, or everything. Praise isn't necessarily worship of the fuck. Faith in the manifesting now to future fuck is worship, but people have got it all. Right and wrong like their personal to-do lists, but in the real church of fuck, it's a to-not-do list. As if their fucking personal or mass desires, thoughts, projected prayers or works, as taught or arising of any within, under societal labels, words, banners of a type of religion, to a future God of the reality to be for them, and what they want as faith worship is manifesting that fuck they created, whereas a true fuck, comes all the same to be a now reality. So some are fucked in not being fucked. Only real fuck as God was, is, will be, come to be to all creation and world, with or without a people or churchy fuck order of outward ways and names who seek only to make and control the inner fuck of the greater other end of their Lord fuck. Your to-do lists of faith, praise, worship the cock, in enticing and creating and calling and conjuring him out and down to your ass. It's a to-don't list, but for your own well-being, the less you fuck, God comes in wrath and love, you fuck.
Page 42. Holy fuck, my God, I had
No fucking idea, but I believe that ought to fucking do it. Fuck yes. This bucket list is now to your fucking measure of faith beyond just to be in Christ as in I am, as what you or any don't have to do. That being in spirit of Satan, accusing self-will, control, the devil, and works of worldly or spiritual self-glory is cock-blocked, cast down, and fucked off. You didn't create the Lord or God. He did you. And it's no one else's problem you can't accept truth. Yourself, how you are made,
and your way and purpose in the mirror of the Christ plan. Denials may have a purpose, and only for a time. You can't accept yourself or others or creation itself as God, or at harmony of true peace of that, as God made it, them, you. So you see, faith is really about yourself, where you or your taught children will be in it all. God has faith in himself, fulfilled, realized, and accomplished in the one Lord and Christ, who is Jesus the Sovereign. So your to-do list is what? To in this be whole at peace in that faith for yourself and what others need, and really also what of you in being to do, to not to do, to die to, with yourself, your life, your works, so God's shines brighter or darker for others and God's good and own glory. Either way, in many ways, you die and God is, and is as Lord and Christ, or you live and work by man's, your own reasoning, thought, faith, and works against nature, truth, love, peace, righteousness, against God, spirit, obstructions, and in denials. So now that this is abundantly clear, there's your new to-do fuck it list. Take once daily, fuck it all or not, live, die, betterments, worsenings, I don't care, and also does God not, and great fucking chief does and don't care also. My mind soul has been trained to informed of this one thing for too long now, like an ever self-sensitive stiffy with no conscience or regard toward others, unrestrained. It's great air to hold the very fucking idea that in that if God only wants what you want and you only want what God wants, nothing will ever move, change, live concerning you. If you are dead, we only look to those who live in what they do, other natures, people, things need, for it's their well-beings we feed from in to God, for God is not a hollow, selfless being or state of being with no person. In purpose, love, and agendas, as from the beginning, even before the eternal battle of lords and gods and personalities warding this creation of his, this universe, on earth and heaven, or at least in this cycle, is declared settled of as one supreme God and Lord in human metaphor and Son, and one real human individual person, that being of Jesus Christ. Peace and greater peace in this fact is that anything, everything can possibly think, be, or do can only serve his interests and agendas, even as glory of being countered in its purity and ends as beginnings, regardless of anyone else's anything in everything's own fair game, self-induced well-being to it. Moving along, this strange whitish substancey buttery thing has all the knowledge of all genetics of all life ever lived therein. I would avoid it if I were you. The more you fuck, I know your shadow cannot outshadow the light of my light. I'm not going to let you in this unfinished and unanswered, for as a make of it what you will, calling death fuck, you will know the name and full power of the executive cock and sword, shining sheathed or covered, and your purpose to order eternal of it, to it, and love it, or I'll start a new race of species. From the bowels you came, to the bowels you go. Truth is, until you take your own life, you don't have it. But your mom cooked better than anyone. If you lived your life as once to find what is real, but never really knowing who, what's, where's, when's, how's, and why, would your heaven be any different? Perhaps only a coward would not question to challenge.
Don't be a pure hypocrite or bigot, built in and on all evil. All these people's souls hold as secret and lie and sacred, also silent, normalcy, uniform, perfect, accepted, traditional order of God on earth and life, only inspires and fosters more of the same and evil. Stop, then everything stops, but the singular individual drive for total wholeness in first self-satisfactions on any level, and as God and as you will live forever, on and on, until I, God, you, and they find that. And there's a time to stop pulling my finger for a point out. Only you can see anyway. Like a windmill appears new to them of old, this thing has been in space, flying by forever. One of these times it's going to stop and stop you, and something's going to get out and change everything forever. Separately to perspective, though, one who teaches evil from evil, for evil, even unwarranted evil, out of season, is evil. Before God in the beginning was, as I, by some degree, like a matter thing, forming, awakening with no other or outside influence, pulls, gravity, fears, reason, direction, or way, so he made them in himself, for himself, and things came to be. Defined purpose to form life of all life in things and movings of all that upon what is fixed moves to as it is now. If this isn't his universe in his heaven, whose is it? It's why they can't understand to know the mind of the Lord who is God. You can't see what you're in when you're in it. Unless with God, by God, as God, to certain critics, I'd say you only criticize yourselves, you don't know. I'd say fuck you, but I'd only have fucked some part of myself to another world, universe, or heaven. You try writing, thinking, or tact, on tact of wise, with some flavor, twist, and taste of the age, timeless. A book that compels as it commands, and living and being a book of everything, and everything, nothing out of nothing, that doesn't already must exist, and reveals all as it covers, with some sprites, and these are my better spirits, at best, under great one. Hate for you to see my bad, the old early world, and airs and ways of blood and packs with man. This jumped, moved, escaped, free as his door with grace, by spirit to a fuller and whole world as spirit. Man, you try writing a self-book, family, world, heaven, living history book by only original men of their ages, of pure self-will, faith of humans in God, of their times and ways, from, into, and for greater of such also, and of reality and wisdom, and cleanings and livings and ways of and to common ages of man, all their confused and entrapped ways and souls. A book that of God is God in a way and measure that if you don't come at peace to one with it, you have no peace in such solid absolutes of truth. It transcends people, places, time, and words, as effective when read as is, and airfully remains long after its authors is gone in person. Hey guys, it's not like a fight about Moses. He's still alive. Do you ever have or know of another Lord or God to challenge the supremacy? Nope. He was taken away and up as a flying man being who regained his wings of wings, and on a shiny spinning death cycle thing of fire in great smoke of a cloud. I've enough had this world, you see, too. Yeah, you see. Step back away, son. Let's see where things stand. Make of it what you will, as I will, and that's all. Believe my next God-soul personage may just be as some simple good earth solitary confused, longing common living man, Man, I used to have an arm, till when I overthrew it and it went unused, disjointed or overgrown in some way, hurts, till I discover naturally what move or exercise of body to break it back to perfect counter and balance what inflicts me. You gotta learn to just maintain a comfortable stasis in yourself to all things, after all growth and grace. And there's nothing new, as government too should learn their formings and fallings and dramas of use. Taught me something about Satanism, life in universe forms, opposition to strength, and glorious and desirous demise. So the final finder and trier of fact in his form at this time of a way has here to there of and furthermore as JudgeDead judged. Some titles we bear make us, even as we make them. JudgeDead. Nothing gets more serious, universal, or final. Serious, funny, smart, righteous, sick, personal, true, or eternal. There, shh. Hey, between you and me and myself, it's my favorite, 'cause it can never be altered or destroyed now. Could have been anything, title, way else. How about, I'm gonna get you, bitch. What? I'm gonna get that bitch. Ho, no, that's a song or something crazy. Run, poo-poo, run. No, what am I in? This work name entitled to public use again. Did I make the social newspapers? Earth Times, August 22nd of the year of the Lord, such an annum. Heaven equals out in new super-Earth. The Empire is actually just a ship city. New infinite energy source found and immediately weaponized. Anything in these headline articles of interests? Something is wrong. These kids never grow up. The battle is to stand in our starlight against all controlled knowledge of darkness. Union of stars, rebels on the run, only to form new empire. Head culture, father leader, yet alive, against natural life. Programmed his mind, consciousness, spirit of knowledge into a cloaked, coded word, living machined body. Oz Wizard says new universe can't be civilized on deathbed. This is heavy-duty firepower. Machine father has machine son in optimal prime. Opinion, the moon is too perfect to be natural. If you eat bad, you might be evil. A penny is now worth less to make. New transferable consciousness, immortality on full display. New empire implants, tech tracking our every move. The ancients were right. It's that damn black nothing spirit emperor of absolute control personified, and the damn dark father leader embodied. Fruits of multiplying? Power now divides, equalizing new order to one. The Star Wars today, August 22nd. Legalists only have power where there's law. The Empire feeds you. World's Fair of Elite kicks off to peace. Story. I was abducted by unnatural force and made a slave to its power. Can't chase gazelles, the only go-betweens. If you only look at stupidly happy people, you might get happy. Enough light saber rattling. This is heavy. New Jesus consciousness will be same as the first, says elect and fighting savior.
This just in. No one lives on Mars. The ultimately sharp, simple, poignant words possessed me. Man can't get it out of his mind. Federal grant covers new development in Abraham's wake. Water crisis of Venus. We can no longer make stupidly happy people. Native savage primitives to reclaim full rights in territories and ways with God of nature. Burning earth policy. JudgeDead to be born yet again as man. To dog as simply Jaw. Space jockey interview. How a storming trooper takes care of business. One-man army story. New game of Godball. And new Lord Josh will rule world stupidity of eternal imbalances forever. Archimedes was wrong. The robotic machinery of tomorrow and its mind will kill you, says Deer. Far East Empire Samurai Code finally deciphered of gardeners in a war. Your grandma's ark is not white. The stink one can't escape from. Horse shit has more value. Best get back to the ink and pen writing this used. Let's be real. The only person's ever going to actually read and know all this in full, in detail, is me, God in the Lord, a government's investigative agent somewhere, a future ex-wife and kids somewhere, Michael currently in the upper ghettos. I suppose. What's up, Big Mike? Gabriel somewhere back with natives somewhere in time on the fringes. And you.
Page 44.
A mental health issue can only be addressed by what's mental. The social, economic, religio, medical, militant, industrial, mass educational, scientific, techno-cityfied, political, agrarian, artificial, future-based, past-controlling, godless, judgmentless, familyless, nationless, police-state global system is a mental health issue problem of its own. It's an ever-growing, devolving threat in the ideal of perfect safety and security of harm to itself, nature, the public, and others, and should be stopped and ended, as in can't change, terminated. Generations of planning, corralling, deceiving, misguiding, subverting, direct, true answers and judgments, indirect to cause and source of problems for lies, sedatives, painkillers, drugs, false interceding, capitalizing, profiting, temporary answers of man-made mitigating solutions leading to more problems. The devil in they created false dependencies. It's all built on itself, as everyone so easily interconnected also will fall. The system is a threat and harm to itself and others, and those living spiritually in social mass delusions of it. These are the conversations of subjects never had with another living human or through other technology platforms, because it would only complicate matters further. To develop and write this concentration level was easy with God in spirit, and for the fact that most, if not all, my family, friends, lovers, business, with my other selves and enemies are dead and gone and ghosts, or are alive somewhere, and I'm the Lord God's ghost. Now, if there's going to be more covert, hidden, distant chairs of power in ruling what's personal, local, they're not of, and ever more surveillance over, in, and through everything they control, then there's going to have to be more freedom, personally, not less. For everything of anyone at any time is a crime to anyone and everything. Oh yeah, my weapon, God's weapon, is counting on you to weaponize this, and there's nothing mutual about it. There was a time, like any natural true man growing does, even at peace while having caught and separated out from potential or real enemies, like also a house, state, or even a nation does, to guard its own person, affairs, and peace and dealings among it against the world, that I, trained in self-ways of psychological and physical dominations of tools, elements, and self over others, I amassed all strengths, ability, fire, powers, then realized, should ever I have to use it beyond sharpening of exercises, I never really could, or be standing on anything worth and justified. Unless, when and where, on who there is no longer living law, order, or judgment, humankind's greatest strengths become their weakness, and this is God's strength and sole responsibility. Nothing existing is made of, by, or for itself, but another, given or taken to also use. The leaf of wisdom seeks nutrient. They've been riding the great Jesus for so long and still don't know where they're going or the driver. Jesus, wait a minute. If this lets me kill it exactly as I let it kill me, to move, what have we got here? A god, murder, martyr, double suicide, homicide? Nah, I wouldn't worry about it. Love is to worship as life is to God. With, through, by, or as Jesus too. Only those trying to pick apart, bury, erase, copy, or undo what I and Jesus do, naturally, freely, and by God, there or here is the threatened ruling class, occult, science, school, government, religion that I am aware of. Them other miserable poor sons of bitches will never know or admit what hit 'em when this only giant son of God does. One can try and be tried to take God's place. Either way, for a while you may, and one's and your place will be taken. Don't spark the spaking spoke of speak on yourself. You always are that way. Either you always had this all planned out, or before was one out of the thick pillars and darkness, and after one there is God. God made it that what creates. By the end of 24, if not true on this day, never will be the last word and wisdom of JudgeDead, free for the hearing visually, spiritually, and religiously impaired. Explicit warning, artist wisdom may cause adverse truth reactions, lack of worldly care to death, appropriate personal use only, the arts of what? Expert recommended. Original special deluxe reading. Only the being who realizes this could be the one who made it. Backmastering in night may destroy darkness. Explicit warning label. It was something so perfect in order and logic, yet so abstract, none could ever see, to know, to describe, find, or make it. An abrupt, realized, radical movement of spirit in acquired word, spoken to out-concept the decept. Invisible master of the three rings circus, center of this universe. I believe it as I am satisfied for the time. I'm done here. As with this, how about you?
Page 45.
That's got a growl about it. It's the concept you are looking at things through that is seeing them as. Oh, now this is important. Yes, I believe I can see their future, markets and hell. Because they can't accept reality of what is, will be, or was. And it's their endless as-if model exact replicas, even in their fictional fantasy arts, of act-outs, remakes, reversions, of infinite alterations against how things are. They're ever-changing, perversing, lived as thought and story realities of what's and little hows could have gone differently and wrong and did. Just me, God, and that other God there. Refrain. Just me, God, and that other God there are living in the one reality. The last actual word. You ran out of universe, Ace. This is the expansion. When I get naked, you get clothed. I get naked, you get clothed. It's all started as a way to get nudie, and do so respectably. Rendezvous in you, rendezvous in me. I said you will be. Will be, sir, I am. Venus, you know the dance to cult-like precision. He shall oblige you, my lady. You know, people would naturally do this anyway, without your adversarial, social, publicly made organization designs or names or control, and do so freely and spontaneously. You're not going to motivate me any more than I am not. Forever going out of business is now my business. There is always a diversion for global territorial expansion and growth. Okay, so you've got a funky sort of shaman thing going on. Long ago thought patterns, like a maker of clothes, also as now, had our more advanced, refined types of convenience, utilities, purpose, of beauty, of course, and they were made in all matters of things to man's makings. They just didn't catch on, advertise, or were suppressed. Well, if I die here, I'll always be. Don't prolong your pain in the sun. There's a trap made. It's these in faith, reborn in knowledge of God, walking in self-righteousness, in worn name and image and way. The trapping is denial of the Holy Spirit by a Holy Spiritishness by the very one name and person of God. Listen, you should beyond faiths do good, 'cause despite the Jesus freedom to truly be who you are at what you want, so empowered are others, and also in greater faith of sights in scope of your time, ability, love, life, and perpetual and relatively unreborn existence, that they will by rights too, quite simply, end faster. I see, so you say. Even creatures and animals, as you are in love, and most wise to Great One. Amazing it is what humans among creatures can be physically conditioned to of a demanding environment, so also mentally and spiritually. Wait a minute. Personally, I'm in a different tax bracket with God, and in the Lord, you are on a different magnitude of being when you're reenacting, and it's what you originally enact. The good wizard of the cold north spoke. That was a close one. No, I'm filming it up to God's nature, treetops, sky, and clouds, to sound what's authentic in preservation. What is authentic deserves to be surrounded by authentic, or stand alone to itself. Is there something to be said that needs to be said, and need to do that is work? Even God is in any name of personality of purpose, not so arrogant or defense or ego and hubris to immediately against his ideal name way of more righteous life to unrighteousness or improvements, judge, accuse, and end, cast off or kill what and who is a seeming enemy challenging as contrary and contrasts. So why do you believe you are God? You can't debate faith as to each their own. Life as one in God on earth and heaven time. You did not write that book, Spirit First, or have it, that exclusive knowledge-controlling book, to argue as if you are that God who did. Of being in presence or moving ideals and concepts of one part, chapter, phrase, page, sentence to word, and atop that universal fact that can be taken to meaning now to many, meanum and ways omnipotent. Oh, you got the sauce. Venus liked the sauce. What is said won't make sense unless you were there. So then, God in the Lord, I see, wouldn't provide for faith such as how you want things to exactly be unless he really don't exist, or has existed so long it's more interesting and he don't really care. I hope you don't think on Mars in heaven they're reenacting what happened to Earth. If that don't shave you against nature for what it really is and you are, nothing will. Oh, I see. Tell me how it is. Faith is what you want of it all, if you can convince others of it too. Hail to you if heaven's not true to form. The dividing line is against others' love, free will, and rights as others wholly out of resources, individuals of they who control all knowledge, do so to live in a secure, specific way future only they worshipped. Well, go get your right-wing prepper, counter, hippie culture, vulture, survival camp out shit, and go get you some. As the formations and to dicey inspections, to march, to dance of war, to live, to drink its songs of glory goes, I'd say give 'em hell. But they're already there. This isn't a just anyone who reads it, wrote it type of situation. You, in correlation, form the word of soul of your own eternal name in signature hereto, what's unchangeable. Can you believe that the last word was actually survival? You only need to say there's something to be said for, and do only what needs done. If you are being worshipped as you worship, complete is a heaven in the marriage of God. The worst one has it on earth. Lo, the greatest one of heaven is made high. When what you love you easily do well, then you have done good. By God.
Something about us. Power contained. The magnetic push. Once you'll ever be. You wanna think it once. You'll never once. To say it once. The ones you'll ever be. You'll make it once. And dance it once. We do to sense it once. The once you'll ever be. Something about us. Magnetic storm. The power contained. The ones you'll ever be. It's soaring overload. I think it wants to say it once and play it once. The ones I'll ever be. Something about us. Power. Protection. The ones you'll ever be. To think it once. You tried it once. To say it once. Once you'll never be. You'll make it once. And dance it once. We sense it once. Once you'll ever be. Something about this magnetic storm. The power containment. The once you'll ever be. To say and to be one, the one forever be.